Nice. Really want my chat to show up. Don't know if YouTube is working. It says there's 59 people watching. Hey, Wildchild, thank you so much for the follow. Am I still using fish? That's the real question. Looks like it. Let's get rid of these old files. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Wildchild. I'm going to be doing some more in the Zen series. The next is going to be probably going to be Zen Neovim. Although I've got to redo my prompt because Power Level 10K is now on life support mode. Good afternoon, Lake. How you doing? And good morning, Gobology. It's actually afternoon here. Hey, Shreyas. Hey, Woke. I don't know if YouTube is working at all. I've got like the chat up, but it doesn't seem to be working. Nothing on the live stream. It says I've got 78 watching on YouTube, but I can't get the chat up. So if you're chatting, I'm really sorry, but I can't see a thing. I don't know if Restream like hides some of this or what. Hey, everybody. Wow, we got a lot of first-time chats. YouTube is working. Okay. Maybe if I just open up YouTube and actually check. Zengo Jr., thank you so much for the follow. How's everyone doing, by the way? We all had a good week? We got hit by 7 tornadoes last weekend. 7. Just outrageous. Yeah, I'd switch from YouTube to Twitch. Cephadron, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so the plan today is I'm going to do a little bit of NixOS stuff. Not too much. But the biggest plan... Okay, we are live with 85 watching. Let me just pause that. The other stream link is, so twitch.tv dreamsofcode_dev. I do have the chat open now. I'm just like watching it, so I may not see everything. But hi, everybody on YouTube. This is my first YouTube stream. Yeah, Senpai Gaming Music. Thank you. It is not Waybar. It is AGS. I actually mentioned that in last week's Twitch. Let's get rid of these old MKVs. So the plan for today, I want to take a look at some non-JavaScript, it says Hyperlink and Go, but I want to take a look at some non-JavaScript stuff. Zorbic, thank you for the follow. Rust _ thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. But yeah, today a little bit of HTMX and maybe a little bit of WASM. I want to see. I want to do a video on WASM coming soon, but I haven't yet. Haven't really had the chance to do it yet. 4RY Leet or 1337. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Alma. How you doing? Looks like I'm still on fish, so let's go ahead and just fix that up quickly. Because I should be using Z shell. Well, it says I'm still... Let's have a look and see what my TMUX configuration is. Yo, Steve Morgan Dev, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the config, it's AGS. You can find it on elliottmins/.files. It's in Nix though. But you could potentially pull it out. Is it this one? I've got two in here, so I do apologize. I need to sort out my Nix configuration. So it should be in here, and then you've got the config. So this is the entire AGS config. I pinched it from somebody else, but feel free to pinch it yourselves. Yeah, AGS bar for those asking. This ain't working on this. Let me... So there are raw configuration files. So it doesn't have, like, you have to specify the config directory. This is home manager, but programs.ags enabling it. Config directory to /config. Yo, thank you for the follow, Crayon Chewer. Probably missed a couple of follows. Timmy Dev, thank you for the follow. Sheba, thank you for the follow. Crayon Chewer, thank you for the follow. Don't chew crayons. They may look delicious, but they're probably not. Yo, Ring Zero Bootkit, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Home Manager on Mac. I will do a video on it at some point. I want you to do yours first. So, yeah, padding to the terminal. What kind of padding? I mean, let me increase this size because this is probably a bit too small for everybody anyway. All right, let's go to TMUX. Don't look at Cappuccino. I don't use it anymore. We've broken up. Yeah, that's the problem. We want fish. We want Z shell. The reason I have fish is because I was using it for another video, or testing it for another video, but it's not what I want. I think I have to log out and log in order for this to take effect, but TMUX should take effect instantly. Yeah, I'm starting to do live stream, Ho Chi. I cannot clear with Control L. Everyone tells me I can clear with Control L. I can't because I use TMUX. Research Dev, I use TMUX bindings to navigate through. Research Dev, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping to make my dreams come true and helping me to bring content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. Thank you so much. What code editor I'm using? NeoVim. Yes, that's correct to me. I use NeoVim. Why did we break up Shreyas? It's personal. Maybe one day I'll talk about it, but it's a personal thing. You're not a big fan of the hostname thing. I mean, that is one of the weird things about NixFlakes, but it's nice when you have multiple machines, and I like manage a few of them with it, so has to happen. All right, let's see. TMUX. All right, well, that's not great. Got no TMUX, no .zshellrc. Let's see if we can fix that. So the configuration is working, or at least it should be the home. Z shell is enabled. Yo, DevSense, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And Hyperion Scum, thank you for the follow. And Edda3X, thank you for the follow. Thank you, guys. And Fred Doodle, thank you so much for the follow. Dirtim, what is the plan for today? The plan is not to look at, I can't remember what you recommended, that configuration language for Bash. I do have a video for that though. Amber, we're not going to look at Amber though, but thank you for that recommendation. I do not use Hyperland API. I use this capture card basically. What brand of microphone am I using? This is the Sennheiser MKH416. Fantastic microphone. It's a boom one. It's not what I use for YouTube videos, but it's pretty awesome. Hey, yo girl, how you doing? I use the Sennheiser MKH50 for YouTube, which is like a shorter version of this. This one's pretty awesome though. If you watch Code to the Moon, he uses this same mic. I am in the United States of America. I'm based in Arkansas, which is why we got hit with so many tornadoes last weekend. The whole place looks a bit like a war zone. It's pretty bad. Good evening. Good evening. Is there like a unified chat thing? That's something I need to figure out with the mods. Figure out how we can get like how I can get a unified chat thing across all different platforms. So why isn't this working? That's the real question we've got here. I don't use dual boot. I have a number of machines because I'm like addicted to purchasing computers. I'd like to use dual boot, but I also like to keep a separation of church and state. So I usually have like Windows on a dedicated machine that I don't have Linux on. At some point, I'm probably going to start trying to have just one machine and using PCIe pass-through. Okay, there we go. Shell. Packages fish. Let's change that to be Z shell. But I'm not sure why Home Manager isn't working. Trueberryless, thank you so much for the follow. I believe I missed another follow. And Tibbalot tips, thank you for the tip. Oz G Fuster, thank you so much for the follow. DevSense Fred Doodle as well, thank you for the follow. And Bitwiser, thank you so much for the follow. And Do says, thank you so much for the follow. And Checkerblitz, thank you for the follow. And you guys are, okay, this is why. So we've not enabled Z Shell on Home Manager. But we have Fish enabled, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Starship, we're not using that. I can probably just delete them actually. Accidentally made this small again, sorry everyone. Oldie CKK, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Worming 004, thank you so much for the follow. Hallom T. Barry, Hall Omet Barry, thank you so much for the follow. And Zach Arts, thank you so much for the follow. If I run out of saying thank you, I'm going to try not to, but at some point I might. Zach Arts, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping to support my dreams and helping me to bring content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. So I really appreciate it. Sneaky Wrecking Ball, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, this is... Checkerblitz, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Terawatt Hour. That you're again helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and supporting my dreams. So I really appreciate it. Ian Muaha, thank you so much for the follow. Trying to say thank you for 1 minute challenge. Yeah, we'll see, Hugo. We'll see. I am on a NVIDIA GPU on this. Yeah, this machine has an NVIDIA GPU. Madakai, thank you so much for the follow. Zadiro, thank you so much for the follow. Again, really appreciate it, everybody. NixOS dash rebuild. We're going to get some actual code in a bit. Gug Ustiuk 007, thank you so much for the follow. OX Walid, thank you so much for the follow. Dangrep, thank you so much for the follow. Paranoia, thank you so much for the gift. The gifted sub to Akasiak, thank you so much for it. I really appreciate it. You're helping support my dreams and helping me to bring content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. What did I do wrong here? Zach Arts, you asked on YouTube, so feel free to ignore. Have you taken a look at Snowfall as a way of organizing your flake? I have not taken a look at Snowfall. I'm going to actually make a note to look at that. But I'm pretty new to NixOS. I've been like trying to learn it a little bit more this year, and I'm doing okay. I've got it on a few laptops. I've actually got the I don't know why this didn't work. Okay, shell is set to Z shell, but enable was not true. I've actually got the framework 16 coming on Tuesday. It might come a little bit earlier, but Tuesday is the current estimation. So I'm going to like do some more content on that, especially with just NixOS basically. So making that a pure NixOS machine, seeing what we can do with it, seeing how it works for video editing. Like I want to make it kind of the gold standards of a Linux machine. I watched Level 1 Tech last night on there. I think they installed Pop OS on it, which was interesting. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some content there. Gary's Scoop, thank you so much. That's a really nice compliment. A lot of people ask me why my voice sounded different on stream last week, and it's because I was using a not good mic for my voice. But this one is a lot better. I do recommend it, but it's pricey. Actually, I recommend the short version. Okay, so we haven't enabled... What are we building? Right now, I'm just trying to get Nix to work, but we're going to be looking at some JavaScript alternatives. So maybe looking at some HTMX. You go on my Discord, by the way. I have a Discord if you want to join it. There's usually a lot of conversation on there. Hugo asked about HTMX, and I thought it'd be a good chance to just show it. I know there's some other really good HTMX creators out there, but I also want to take a look at some WASM as well. What is the property that causes your prompt to be arranged in a stack like the command? That is called the transient prompt, Motaz. The transient prompt. Not every shell supports it. Z shell is kind of like a hack to make that happen, if we can get it to work. Uses shell is set to Z shell, but program Z shell enable is not set to true. Should be in the configuration, right? Okay, because we got fish here, so let's go ahead and change that. But yeah, that's the transient prompt. I've got a whole video coming out on my second channel, which is going to talk about it. And I don't use Starship because Starship doesn't support it on Z shell. Instead, we're going to use something called Oh My Posh, which is pretty cool actually. It's written in Go, really interesting. So, okay, sweet. The TLDR of Snowflake is an opinionated way of structuring your flake. All your modules live in the modules folder. I'm going to check it out because I'm like so messy with Nix. And I haven't found like a really good structure. I think some people I've looked online are like way more organized, but they do a lot of hacks. Maybe it's not a hack, but it just seems some of it is like not how I would expect it to be structured. Oh, Starship, why? This is not good. Have I completely broken my machine? Let's try foot. So, I mean, this is one of the issues, isn't it? Seems like I've broken NixOS, so I may have to log out, log back in, which is annoying. I'll still be online though. I just won't be able to see anything. Let's log out. Worst case, I need to roll back, and then we just settle with fish. Okay, it's working. Okay, everything's working good. So, yeah, just a simple log out, log in. Let me get all those windows back up. This is Restream, yeah. I am from the UK originally, but I live now in the US. Thank you. Yeah, I try to go for a really calm color scheme. This is Tokyo Night, which is pretty awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're good. We're in a good state. We can actually build something. So I guess the two things I really wanted to take a look at were, let's get Firefox up and going. I wanted to look at WASM in Rust, which there is like a front-end WASM library I really wanted to take a look at. But additionally, I also wanted to look at HTMX because I think a lot of people have a lot of questions about HTMX. And I'm sorry for the flashbang. And there's like a lot of questions about HTMX. Thank you for the follow, AlphaKek ZH. Let me just check I didn't miss any. Norpy Live, Party5QN, and Oleg Smear. Thank you so much for the follow, everybody. I really appreciate it. Okay, so HTMX. You probably see a lot of it online, a lot of hype for it. It's pretty cool, but it's, yeah, I know it's so bright. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I think I know Yugal, who is on my Discord, had a lot of questions about it, and I wanted to kind of answer how it works and how you can use it. And it is pretty interesting. But also I wanted to look at some WASM front ends as well. I'm not a CEO, no. I'm not an HTMX CMO. I really like HTMX. I don't think it's like you can use it for everything. I know some people are like, do everything in HTMX. I think there may be some things you might find that to be a bit annoying because you're going to have JavaScript at some point for some really high interactivity things. WASM Rust front-end framework. Yo, Novad, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Dioxys, that's the one that everyone talks about. Full stack, building apps that were more desktop, web. So this looks actually very similar to like HTMX with Temple, or Temple, I guess, when it comes to Go. Honestly, though, I think let's just build a Go app. Build a Go app with some HTMX and just see how it works. And we'll use the standard library to do so. Yo, Herky, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Can you send me a nice picture of you real quick for the HTML? I'll do it maybe after the stream, because I don't have one on this computer. Hercule, thank you so much for the follow. Alpha Keck KZ, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. As Asheroth 86, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, main.go. T false, true false, T false. Thank you so much for the follow. What the hell did I do here? It is Cyprian. Thank you so much for the follow. AdiUCSA, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. NixOS is not Debian based. It is yeah, Pop, I'll do the .file for hyperlink later. No, NixOS is its own operating system based around the Nix package manager. How long have I been using Hyperland for? Not very long. I've only started using Hyperland since I've been able to use home row mods, which I'll talk about another time, and keyboards that have modifier keys like the Glove 80 here, because on like a normal keyboard, I end up bending my thumb back too much and it causes me like a lot of thumb strain. So only recently I've been able to use a tiling window manager because I don't want to injure myself. NixOS is just based. It is pretty awesome. It's got some good, it's got some bad, and it's got some ugly. There you go. That's working. Yeah, Nix. Well, the Nix package manager is based on the Nix language, but NixOS uses Nix as its package manager, I guess. I guess that's the right way to put it. Nix is pretty cool, though. I actually want to be doing some intro. Yeah, this is real serious here. This is how we start. But we're going to use net/HTTP anyway. All right, we need a handler. Let's get a router. I'm going to just make this a little smaller so I can actually see it. I've been missing some alerts. Sorry, everybody. Cillian, thank you so much for the follow. Quick, Zeghib, thank you for the follow. It's Arsile, thank you for the follow. Motrizzle, thank you for the follow. Plutak, Adius, ZSA, I think I already said you actually, but yeah, thank you for the follow again. You can, yeah, you can definitely use the Nix env, but definitely not worth it because you end up in a, I think, detached state or whatever it is. So not great. We don't want to do serve, we want to do listen and serve. I'm trying a different keyboard. I don't really know if I like the Glove 80 that much. I'm going to keep trying it and pursing through. It's not too localhost. This is a website, so it's 8080 always. APIs 3000, website 8080. That's my rule of thumb. Cool. Links XDG, thank you so much for the follow. JIHN Doc, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it, both of you. I've not read the Grug Brain developer article, but I have read, or at least halfway read through Hypermedia Systems. I have the hard copy here as well. I am not using any terminal file managers, but I am going to be taking a look at some soon, actually. I've got a couple of file managers I want to look at. 0.0.0.0. Yes, that's a good one to have for Docker because it binds it to allow non-local addresses. Hey, Oshtub. Yes, you are late. All right, so we need to do a server. We need to serve files. I can't remember how to do this off the top of my head, but let's have a look. Ioannis Marcos. Ioannis Marcos. Thank you so much for the follow. Go serve static files. Sorry for your eyes, everybody. File server, that's what we want. Let's make a static directory. I need to. Normally I have it, but it's not on here. I will install it though. We're actually taking a look at HTMX and how it works when it comes to Go. So we're just going to be serving up some static HTML, but actually using HTMX to do it. HTMX plus Go, yeah. But we're not going to use Temple, not yet. I think it just adds a bit too much if we're trying to explain how HTMX works. All right, let's go into the static here. We're just going to do a standard index dot. Let's do it in here. Wait, did it wrong. What is my alt key again? That should be it. There you go. Okay. Index.html. This is my first time coding on the Glove AD, so apologies if I type weird. I will read Grug Brain. I'll add that to my reading list. Windy Castle, did you look at my Dreams of Code .files or my personal one? Because if you look at my personal one, there should be a whole bunch of nicks in there. Yeah. The recording, the VOD should definitely be on YouTube, on Twitch. It should be on here, on YouTube as well. I'm not going to get rid of it. Make the TMUX pane a bit bigger. I can make it a little bit larger. Oh, I don't have any anything set up for NeoVim on this. Yeah, look at the Elliot Mins one. You should see me commit to the Dreams of Code IO one, and then you should find .files on there, and that has my personal .files. I kind of, Dreams of Code is just all for video stuff, basically. Why do you use Emacs mode and not Vim mode in your C shell config? That's a great question. I find Vim mode sucks on a shell. I don't know why, but Bash, I think, by default uses Emacs mode. So you've just got parity there with Z shell and Bash if you ever go into Bash, and which happens when you SSH into servers a lot. But also like pressing escape and then using the keys to navigate. It works on Emacs because it works on Vim because you do a lot of reading when you read code and stuff. It doesn't work on a shell in my experience. Yeah, I didn't really like it either, Chopper. I'm going to try not to flashbang you all. Let me open it on another website and see if we can actually get in. All right, we're just going to do a button here. This is going to be like the most simple example of how to do HTMX. But it's interesting, like if you've worked with front ends before, you probably think very much in JSON REST APIs. And HTMX is very different. It's all HTML over the wire rather than JSON. I missed a bunch of follows. www.mwww. Thank you so much for the follow. Range Bomber, thank you so much for the follow. Free Particle, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I got you already. Desiro, thank you so much for the follow. What are we building? We are building just some, I'm just trying to show how HTMX works. So not really building anything special. But I want to talk about HTMX, take a look at it, and then maybe take a look at WASM as well. But I basically want to look at alternatives to JavaScript, which is kind of like in vogue. I'm like two minds about it. I think there's a lot of benefit. Like my Dreams of Code website is all in HTMX, but I'm going to be using Xterm.js at some point. So I don't know if I can use HTMX for that. Slashly, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. No, it's not an alternative to JS. Alpine JS maybe is, but it's an alternative to front building SPAs, I guess, or it's the ability to add interactivity into an SPA. Oh, into an MPA. So Guitar, yeah, I started to stream a couple of weeks ago. I've been doing it mainly on Twitch. You would not think Alpine is an alternative? Go on, Shreyas, give us your you're an HTMX CEO, so you're the man to speak to about it. All right, let's Yeah, this is going to flashbang. Oh, well, this is pretty much the same thing. I am using Hyperland, yeah. Yeah, I'm using Hyperland. I use it on my Linux laptops. Yeah, and anything that I am able to now use a home row model for. Can I recommend a guide on how to set up your Nix config? I cannot, because it was trial and error at the moment. And a lot of reading source code, which is, I think, part of the problem with Nix. You have to be comfortable reading source code for documentation. But I will be doing a guide soon, so I guess that might help, but it's going to take a little bit of a while. I need to feel like I'm comfortable enough with Nix to make suggestions about it. Thank you, Soguitar. I appreciate that. There you go. Shreyas, you put it very elegantly. All right, so let's go and add in an HX. We're just going to do a get here. HX get equals, I'm just going to call this content. So this will send up a request to get content /content and return and replace, I believe it replaces the entire element with that result. You can replace different HTML attributes if you want to, but we're going to just replace the entire button just to show how it works. Wiramat, thank you for the follow. Alozaros, thank you for the follow. Soguitar, thank you for the follow. Cobalt Bar, thank you for the follow. And Cider Stratos, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I mean, jQuery is fine. A lot of people, I mean, a lot of websites still run jQuery. It's good for what it does. Tom Dabrowski, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. This is AGS, Miguel Maza. AGS, so neither WinBar nor you. And it is NixOS. And my dot files are available. They're available on GitHub at elliotmins/dotfiles. You can get there via my Dreams of Code repo. You'll find me as a committer, then just look for the dot files. You may even find some secrets in there because I'm pretty bad at that. Hello, Zaras. Thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So I really appreciate it. Here, let me put it in the chat for you guys. This is going in the YouTube chat, by the way. I've been saying, you've missed a few of me saying that earlier, Oshdub. Timothy NN, thank you so much for the follow. Go Gwirl, thank you so much for the follow. Kubitsu, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate everyone. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. And I'm going to see if I can set the style to be... How do I set the color and style tags? I just want to set this to be really dark so I don't flashbang you. Style, background color. Okay. Obviously, I never really do this because it's not a good thing to do. We'll go with 1A, 1A, 1A. Does that need to be a string? We'll leave it like that. All right, let's see if this works. No, but that's because we're not running. Page not found. Is it going to be a case I need to return index? No. Oh, okay. That's why. We're setting the HTTP handle. That's the problem with copy and paste sometimes, isn't it? I actually think... So, okay, how do we do this? There is a way. We need to replace the call to .static. I'm going to cheat because this isn't the point of the video, and I actually have... Okay, that's how we do it. It's slightly different though, because yeah, I'm getting the /static. I'm returning /static. But at the same time, I just want to return. Let's try that. Still not working. Color scheme dark. Is that the right way to go? I'll do that. Would it be in the style tag as well? So this should strip the prefix of static to pull it out. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't, would it? We don't need to strip that prefix either. So let's try. Okay, that worked. There you go. Color scheme dark, though, would be better, right? I have considered using air. Yeah, I really like air. I use it with my main one, but I always forget about it for some reason. So it's a good idea to set it up now. How do I have air? I also have a tailwind on this one as well. Let me get out of here. Okay, that should work. I don't know if it's going to reload on static files though. This is way too small. All right, click me. Is anything happening? Cool, so we're getting a 404 from /content. So this is sending a GET request to /content, and we're not getting anything back. WGO or go with a W? Yeah, Capuchin Tailwind is pretty fun. That's actually what I use on most of my websites. Would I recommend switching to NixOS for my main machine? I think it depends on what you're doing with your main machine. Yeah, it depends what you're using your main machine for. If you're using it for anything creative, maybe not. Or anything with non-free software, it can be a bit challenging. PC__ho, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. But if you just have like a coding machine, then I think NixOS is pretty perfect for it. Yeah, that's one of my problems with NixOS. It's like there's a lot of good. If you're doing anything with Python as well, NixOS can be awful. All right, so let's go ahead and actually add in. I'll leave this as a slash, I think. Yo, Weedle, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It actually does look like GNOME for a good reason. So the bar I'm using, AGS, uses GTK under the hood. So it's does look a bit like GNOME, because it's using GTK. All right, we can actually probably get rid of this if we're just using air. Give it a go. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and actually add in a path for, I'm going to do this as maybe a get. I'm going to leave this at the end for that. Did it it did, cool. So the next thing we want is just a r.handle get / content, was it? Let's just do this as a rec and a response. So w http response writer. Let's make this full screen. Handle func. Okay, cool. Hopefully it then reloads for me. That is wild, Victor Test. It's interesting. We're getting more and more Go devs, which is great to see. Like, I asked this in the server before, but when I tried to use Air with Tailwind on Go templates, it always rebuilt the page. Go templates, like standard text / or HTML / templates. Hey, Poggy Woggy, how's it going? Octafan, thank you so much for the follow. Sven RSS, thank you so much for the follow. Wheatsil, thank you so much for the follow. And PC_ho. Merry Christmas. Any cool terminal utilities I've used recently? I've been playing with a couple of cool ones. I've been playing with BAT and EXA. Is it EXA or ESA? EZA? Whichever one is the newer one. Also been playing a little bit with FD as well, because I got a video coming out soon on FD and RG. Or RipGrap. EZA, that's it. EZA. I have not tried Ghostly. Not yet. I'm going to actually add this in. Katsuki, thank you so much for the follow. Template engine, print formatter that can render HTML. Is that the Ghostly that we're talking about? Okay, let's just write some raw string back. Let's give this a go. I don't know if I like the Glove 80. It's not my favorite keyboard. Okay, that works. So we should be able to click this. And it kind of works. We just get the text now inside of the button, which is a bit weird. So we got to replace the outer HTML. Let's just copy and paste it, because why not? Zigsaw26, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You want to see a racing stream? Zeoxide, I love Zeoxide, Timothy Ennen. I actually have a whole video on my second channel, Dreams of Autonomy, about Zeoxide. Yeah, I recommend watching that if you're interested. But yeah, I love Zeoxide. I mean, just being able to jump around things is awesome. It's pretty much my favorite thing. I've not looked at Skim, actually. What is Skim? Yeah, I can do a NixOS racing stream. Skims, I'm getting Kim Kardashian's underwear. Skim. Fuzzy Finder and Rust. Nice. Is it similar to FCF? Hey, Zig Show. When Zig Screen. Man, I am not cool enough to understand how to do Zig yet. One day I will be. All right, let's try this. Should just replace the HTML. Oh no, what have I done? Okay. Well, that's better. Maybe I need to change the color scheme. You do it on the HTML element? Or you do it on the body? Let's try that. Ah, that's better, isn't it? All right, so I mean, that works. Great. What else can we do? Yo, Sham Blownaut, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hey, Gary's Goob, nice. Flake's pretty awesome. If you want to see mine is unmanaged at the moment, and I need to manage it. So this is my Flake. I've got so many machines on it. It's terrible. I really need to fix it up. Let me say thank you to everybody. The Nation 26, thank you so much for the follow. Shamblonaut, thank you so much for the follow. Zico 26, thank you for the follow. PJCJ, thank you so much for the follow. Mizza, thank you so much for the follow. IKA Nexus, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, one. This is AGS. Victor Test, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, so we got HTMX coming in nicely. So what this is doing, for those who don't know HTMX, is it's making a GET request to /content, which in our case is this endpoint. And then it's just responding with h1, header 1, HTMX baby, and it's replacing the entire button, this outer HTML, with that content. So it's pretty simple. You could do this with like Ajax or whatever in normal JavaScript or with jQuery or whatever. But this is doing it all for you, and you don't have to write any JavaScript to make that happen. Yo, Alan Drow, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're supporting my dreams. So I really, really appreciate it. And also thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, a lot of people say my face is different from my voice. What is it that makes it so different? I mean, a lot of people think I'm younger than I am. I'm older than people think I am. Yeah, Mizza, I'm just started streaming like as of 3 weeks ago. It's been fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. I used to stream back in 2017, but I ended up like not having good internet for a while. So yeah, I think I speak like a bit like my dad, which is really annoying. I'm definitely not 26. I wish I was 26. What are we building? I'm just kind of working on some HTMX, showing how it works, showing what you can kind of do with it. There was a couple of questions about it in my Discord, so I thought it'd be a good chance to just look at what it does and how you can use it and how you don't have to write JavaScript. Yo, Rainy Candy, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. A wise old man. I appreciate that. I was using a microphone last week and people were like, why does your voice not sound like it is on stream, on videos? It's like, because I'm using a crap mic. So now I'm using a good mic. I thought I would bring out the good thing. But it's just like huge, right? It's comically large. But it's really good at noise rejection. Hey, Alan Jar, thank you. Yeah, the inflation video, that was fun. I liked that one. Yeah, that was a fun video. It took me ages to film it. Okay, so that's like basic HTML. We can do some post requests as well, which is also pretty good. Let's do a post request because that's probably quite standard. Starting with Woolthread, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Was the tat on my left bicep? It is an anime character from like when I was really young, so it's kind of embarrassing. I might get it covered with something more applicable to now. But I got my tats when I was like 16, 17. I just found a tattoo artist with very loose morals. I'm not using Alpine yet. ProgRX, the bar is AGS, or Ayla's GTK shell, which is pretty awesome. Thank you, Rogero. Wait, there's a folder in your .files repo that links to another repo. There might be. This mic is the Sennheiser MKH 416, this one. There's also the 50, which is better and better for indoors. It's a little bit smaller as well, but the 416 is pretty awesome. They're like gold standard for boom mics. Maybe not gold standard, but they're pretty awesome. Yo, Cybercube, thank you so much for the follow. Nolex, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Malcolm, we are coding some HTMX. We're more just chatting, I think, really. This is kind of a just chat and chill coding stream. Let's make a to-do list. That's always fun, isn't it? No, we're not going to do that. I don't know what to post, though. I like to do spells, wizard spells, so let's post a spell. Soon. The background music is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. My man Senpai Gaming. You can get it on Spotify, YouTube, everything else. Volvo1528, thank you so much for the follow. Wait, there's no background music? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm listening to background music and everybody else is not. Is that better now? It's like a chill stream for me and everybody's just hearing me chat. Apologies, everyone. Hey, YOLO. There's me just having such a nice time listening to music. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Okay, so HTMX, creating something. Let's take a look at the docs. Flashbang. There's no dark mode on this. Wait. I got an idea. Half dark mode. So what do we want to do? We want to send up some data and create a spell. So that probably means we need a form. Yo, Malcolm, thank you so much for the follow. And YOLO, oh, I already said YOLO 1528, but you can get a second one. Thank you. Maybe I should be getting my internal temp too high. I'm going to turn it off very quickly, and I'm going to actually turn on my AC. Because it is getting hot in here. And this camera is not very good for streaming. I'm still here, everybody. But White Rose, thank you so much. I need to use my proper camera because this one is not very good. It just always overheats. Let's see if this works. I'm back. So I'm going to actually use the reference material rather than always looking at the documentation. But I really want to create a nice little form that I can create a spell with. Okay, let's give that a go. Marzin X, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, so the first thing we want to do is get this out of here. Cosmin HM, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It is a really big book. It's like comically big. I have the Kindle version though, which is obviously a little bit more readable. But it's a cool book. Let's create a spell anyway. I don't know what that was. Hey, Poggy Woggy, thank you so much for the Poggy, for the 5 bits. I appreciate it a lot. Parawara, thank you so much for the follow. Cosmin HM, thank you so much for the follow. And Mazin260, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you for the bits again, Poggy Woggy. I owe you a few thank yous because I missed a lot of them last time. Okay, let's... Legacy Codebase, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's create a form. See how we can do this. CP Chitka. Thank you so much for the follow. I pronounced that terribly wrong. My HTML skills really rusty. Okay. Simple spell name. Are you using a custom NVim? Captain Chica. Thank you, Captain Chica. Are you using a custom NVim status line? That's a great question. I am using, let's have a look. I am using Lualine. Lualine, which has some nice rounded elements. But this is my Lualine configuration, pretty simple. Yeah, paper documents are pretty nice. TMUX bar is... Wait. Let me have a look. Growing Planet, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. The TMUX bar is Tokyo Night. Apologies for this layout. This is just how you do it in Nix, but it's just the Tokyo Night plugin. And V1CFR, thank you for the follow. And Kronborg6, thank you for the follow. Someone likes to use Borg for backups. What is Hyperland? Hyperland is a tiling window manager. It's basically the window manager I'm using in this case. Is your nvim config self-made or nvchat? It is self-made. I'm going to be doing a Zen NeoVim configuration at some point. There's been a lot of NeoVim config videos at the moment, and I don't want to saturate with another one because I think there's some really good content out there. So I'm just kind of letting people breathe a little bit before I go and do mine. But I really want mine to be about understanding every line and about minimalism, which is something I've really embraced in writing code. We just need to submit, I guess. Get rid of this. Hey, Corendals, thank you so much for the subscription, buddy. I really appreciate that. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping me make my dreams come true. So, really appreciate it, mate. Corendal's like, for those who don't know, one of my longest friends. Probably some might say even my best friend. But I haven't seen him for a few years because we live in different countries. Yeah, I apologize for having the music muted. Thanks, mate. All right, let's try this. How do you change settings like Wi-Fi, refresh rate, or is it all through the terminal? Is there settings app? So you can use widgets. So like here, I have Wi-Fi widget, Bluetooth, dark mode, notifications. But this is done with the actual bar. So like Hyperland itself doesn't support it out of the box. You have to add something to it. Yo, Fabi, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Lucky11, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, this should work. You're gonna get, oh no, we're not gonna get flashbanged. Yeah, you are. Okay, let's see if we can actually create a spell. I don't have anything hooked up, so this should just fail. Firebolt, that's always a good one. Kind of worked, I guess. What happened? Oh, yeah, no, it did work because we do have an endpoint for that. Let's log this out. Husker09, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. SVG Noel, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Atreides. Yeah, House Atreides. I'm always House Atreides. Have you read the books? I've only read the first one. I need to read the rest, but the author is pretty intense with his made-up words, so it's like, yeah, interesting. Have you ever worked with GraphQL and Go? I have. I don't really love GraphQL. I think it has a certain use case in like a larger organization, but I've never really, yeah, it's a larger use case for different certain organizations. It's pretty cool, but I've not worked with it professionally. I'm going to do a little bit more looking at it though. Since Prime is not working on Vim Royale anymore, don't you think it would make a Greek Twitch project and really interactive with chat? What is Vim Royale? There's no docs on it. I'm going to look at this afterwards, but I've not seen Prime's Vim Royale. Clash Royale with Vim key bindings. Yo, Voidmain Jer. Good evening to you too. I'm not in the UK though, I'm actually in the US. Do you use US ISO QWERTY keyboard layout or do you use something else? I use US ANSI QWERTY keyboard layout. But I mean, I use QWERTY, but I also use next gen keyboards like this one, the Voyager. So I tend to use like a lot of home ROM mods and things like that. These ones. So I don't use QWERTY necessarily, but I mean, it's a QWERTY layout, I guess, but it's not, I don't use like ANSI or ISO. I use next gen keyboards. I don't use the Kinesis. I'm not actually interested in the Kinesis. I think it looks too bulky and maybe too many thumb keys. That being said, I'm using the Glove 80 at the moment, and this also has too many thumb keys, but I use home ROM mods and stuff. Yeah, I definitely have the Moonlander. Moonlander is awesome. I use Obsidian for note-taking, yeah. Obsidian, basically for all my video production management, I use Obsidian. Yo, Patrick PY. Is that Patrick Python? Patrick PI, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Ralph Ila Devine, thank you so much for the follow. By the way, I use Arch. Nice. I love that. Thank you so much for the follow. Acid Sack, thank you so much for the follow. Voidmain Jer, thank you so much for the follow. Signal, thank you so much for the follow. Vitor Augusto? Vitor Augusto 0x01. That's a 1 in binary, I think. Wait, that's hex. My bad. Thank you so much for the follow. Draconiviz, thank you so much for the follow. 014 Kirima, thank you so much for the follow. Bellini666, thank you so much for the follow. The desktop environment, it's just a window manager, so it's Hyperland. Woggy Woggy, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I got that open on another tab. I'm going to have a look at it, see what it is. Do I think it's worth buying split keyboards? That is a great question. I think if you care about your hand health, yes. That being said, I think if you don't have the money, because they are expensive, there are other ways you can go about improving your hand health without needing to buy a split keyboard. The only problem you do have with some is like, whatever it is, ulnar deviation, where you're like, instead of keeping your hand at a natural position, you've got to like twist your wrists. So yeah, I think it's worth it. I think if you care about your health, like when you're younger in your 20s, you're okay. Ortholinear, yeah. But as you get older, you're gonna start to feel it. Like I've been coding for 15 years now, and my thumb has started to be pretty bad. Patrick Pye, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're also helping to support my dream. So I thank you an awful lot. I really appreciate it. Why buy a second keyboard when you can just buy 2 identical keyboards? Oh, you mean why buy a split when you can just buy 2 of the same? I mean, I own like 4 split keyboards now, I think, or 3. But yeah, a few. They're all different. That's the problem. And it's expensive. What does HTMX do? That's a great question. HTMX is basically, I'm going to get in trouble now from HTMX proponents, but I see it as a way to add interactivity to a website without having to write JavaScript. Yeah, Shreyas is there. The police are here. The HTMX police are here. Patrick Pye, I'm waiting for my Nomad E keyboard. It's not a split one, but it's cool. I'm going to take a look at this because I've not seen what the Nomad E is. In fact, I'm going to get it up on the big screen because I'm just showing you code that I'm not writing. And this is now more of a just chatting. Hey, this looks cool. I like their website. That's a cool keyboard. If you got some home row mods in there, I think that would be pretty awesome. Library piece. Peace at all costs, right? This is a nice keyboard. Yeah, if you put home row mods on that, I don't know if it's QMK or anything, but if you configured it with home row mods, I'd consider that. Server-side responsiveness for sites. That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Isur Dev, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Blannymon, thank you so much for the follow. And Mr. Benjamin, thank you so much for the follow. SSH 2001. Man, that's a blast to the past. Those were the days. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't even remember 2001 that much, to be honest. I think Furby's dropped in the UK in the year 2000. They were all the rage. Sir Dan K. Lenny, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Grown Planet, thank you. Yeah, I love that video. That video is like... Do you know, that video is interesting. So I started filming it and I wanted to just talk about my config, and then I watched it on a Saturday and I was like, I don't think I'm explaining enough about tmux here. Like, it's okay to talk about a tmux config, but people don't know why you might want to use it. So I just refilmed that entire section where I added in that entire section where I actually explained what tmux is. And yeah, it came out really well. I love that video. I'm going to redo it when I get to, let's not talk about what happened in New... What's happening, Arma? I'm going to redo that tmux video when it hits 1 million, which is getting close to. I'm going to redo it on my other channel, and we're going to make it a little bit more modern with some better microphones and stuff. Oh, 2001's in New York. Oh, I remember that day. That day I do remember. But like, I was a little bit too young to appreciate it, I guess. But I remember my mum watching the TV. JS is not a programming language. It's rather a medical condition on how to train brain aneurysms blazingly fast. How am I enjoying Hyperland? Vaxiskia, I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty awesome. I actually am finding it's making my video recordings a lot easier. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's great on a laptop. I'm getting there on my desktop to using it, but I'm using it on my recording machine now, so it's great. Lynn's Mystery Gift. I'm very new to Twitch. Are you actually making endgame? I am trying to build something, but I'm terrible at building and chatting, and there's like a lot of good conversations, so we're just chatting, really. It's more like a just chatting / trying to look at what you can do with HTMX, but I'm pretty terrible at chatting and coding, to be honest. But we've got a wizard spellbook, and if we create it, we should see a log appear. Shoulda, coulda, would. Yeah, so we get the creating new spell. So now we need to get this actual information out of here. But you'll notice we're not using JSON because that's a JavaScript thing. Can we run your tmux config on plain TTY? What do you mean by that? Shamblo not. I'm not sure I understand the question. So if I game you a game idea, you can create it. Probably not. I'm not the best game dev. I mean, I could create, if it was 2D, yeah. If it's 3D, I mean, I'd probably have to use Unity or something. Let's use Tomo because Tom is a genius. Tom's markup language. He was the guy who created GitHub. I think he was a bit of a bad dude, though. I don't think he was a great guy. There's a lot of bad allegations about him. Yo, the Dev Artisan, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Sir Dank Lenny, thank you also for the follow. Yeah, software and game development. I'm much more of a software dev. I have built games in the past. I actually learned a lot about game dev at uni. But it just didn't pay well, so I'm like, how do you test handler functions? That's a great question. You test them, well, okay, so you can do tests a few ways here. There's like, yeah, I mean, you can't test a main function, that's the thing. So you need to take this all out of a main function. But you can test handlers a few different ways. You can either extrapolate the actual function itself into, like, so you could take this actual function and put it into a handler, like, I don't know, content handler. Let's actually do spell handler because that's what we're building. Well, you'd have to make it public, but you could test the handler function that way. However, that's more of a unit test kind of way, which I'm okay with unit tests. Some people don't like them, but I'm okay with unit tests. I'm okay with mocks. Sorry, Shreyas, I know you're not. But me, I think they have a time and a place. The other way you can do it is do like more end-to-end / integration testing, depending on what you refer to it as. Different people call it different things. But in that case, you would then just have all of this in like a server startup function, start up the server, and then you would just send it HTTP requests to it. And I'll show you how to do that actually in a minute. Once we do the spell handle, I'll show you how you can test this with either an end-to-end test or an integration test. Go also provides some really nice features to do that as well. This is not that. Let me just fix that. Okay, and I missed a couple of alerts. Let me go through them. Lynn's Mystery Gift, thank you so much for the follow. Is that the only alert I had that I missed? I guess it was. Lynn's Mystery Gift, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I can show you how to implement tests. That's probably great. Don't worry, Shreyas, I mentioned about mocking. I'm just going to open another drink. All right, let's write this handler, then I'll show you how you can test it. There are two different ways, which is unit testing and end-to-end testing. Or integration, depending on what you call it. I call it end-to-end when it's like, I guess, the entire system, depending on what you class as a system. Yeah, Shreyas thinks mocking's bad. I don't think mocking's bad. I think mocking has its time and place. It allows you to test failure state without doing hacks. But if you can test with an integration instead of a mock, I think that's better. Yo, Sir Sofarapai, thank you so much for the follow. I do get asked this a lot, but I do have a repo for my dot files. They are at GitHub on elliottmins/.files. One day I will get them sorted properly. Why not use Temple? Temple's great. I really like using Temple. I use it for my main website, dreamsofcode.io. I'm not using it in this case because I don't want to add too much, I guess. Same as I'm not using Tailwind either. I would normally use Tailwind as well. Tailwind, Temple, HTMX, everything. Toilet paper 2722. Thank you so much. I bet you were popular in 2020. Teddy Wars 99, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Man, we got 130 people on Twitch. That's insane. With no raids. Thank you everyone who's watching. That's awesome. I'm sorry that I'm coding at the speed of a snail. Karma Nazard, thank you so much for following. Irons. That's a cool name of it. I'm saying that correct. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, so we're creating a new spell, but we need to get the data out from the actual request. Now HTMX, because we're using a form, it's just going to be form values, which is kind of nice. So we can do parse form, I believe. The passes the raw query from the URL. Let's see. But yeah, it reads the request body. So we want to parse the form, which is nice. I missed an alert. Alex Geek 82, thank you so much for the follow. And Teddy Wars 99, thank you so much for the follow. And Louis Cam Acho 84. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, everyone. All right, so let's parse the form. Now it does create an error, so we'll do if error. Go's infamous error handling. And we'll just return, I guess, internals, not error, internal server, internal server error. Storm Gnome, or is it Storm Gnome? Either way, thank you so much for the follow. Tokyo Night Storm on Gnome. That's it. Do I have any courses on fem or boot.dev? Not yet. I don't have any on fem or boot.dev. I'm building my own ones at the moment, but I'm being real slow about it. Armo, when am I going to push my Darwin config? I have it up there. It should be. It should be in elliotmin/.files under Nix, and then there's Darwin. But I need to do some other stuff. I haven't done Home Manager on there yet, so sorry. It's also a complete mess. Yeah, it's definitely up there. The if statement looks like black magic. Yeah, it is. That's because it should be that. Bad magic, more like. Levendu. Thanks, man. Scriptisto. That's an interesting project. I can definitely see some use for it, but when I started writing code, I hated getting into Bash or any other scripting languages. I always just wanted to use C or C++. And it's cool that there's a project out there that you can do it with. I don't know if it's the best way to write scripts. I think I should just learn Bash more. But it's cool. I see Kubernetes in the bio and Terraform. Some cool stuff I'm not familiar with. Would you ever say you use it almost everywhere, or just specific projects with distributed architecture needs? That's a great question. So Kubernetes, I use it for my home lab because it's amazing for... Oh, Kubernetes is awesome. Like, I love Kubernetes. I know some people don't like it, and it is complex. I wouldn't say I'm a master at it. I really wanted to do the CCAD, which is like a certification. But yeah, I really like Cloud Native, really love Kubernetes. Terraform, or OpenTofu as I now prefer. I like Terraform. It's weird though. It has some nuances that I don't like. I think Kubernetes is better. Exa Salza, thank you so much for the follow. Use CI/CD with K8s. I use Flux CD on my home lab. I've not looked at Flux CD. Is that Argo? Argo Flux? I've typically just done like raw dog in K-apply. Bit difficult to do on a home lab though. I need to look at getting Argo. Okay, alternative. I'm going to look at Flux on a home lab CI/CD. At the moment, I don't do CI/CD with it. I just K-apply. I use Kustomize and Helm both together to make that happen. I actually wonder if I have my home lab here. Let's see. Yo, Isrect, thank you so much for the follow. Isrect, is that it's Rect. Isrect, that's a game dev function if I ever heard one. Homelab.git. Is this gonna work? Okay, yeah, I do have my home lab here. Let's move that into projects. Yo, Ozio, thank you so much for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. I just assumed your gender, so I am really sorry. Okay, yeah, so I got all my Kubernetes stuff in here. So yeah, I'll go through it at some point. I will do it on my second channel, but I really want to do some more Kubernetes stuff and kind of like make it simpler, because a lot of people think it's really complex, but I think once you get the understanding of it, it's pretty simple. Let me go and say thank you to everybody who just followed. Hawkilo, thank you so much for the follow. Naz, RealX, thank you so much for the follow. OZOIO, thank you so much for the follow. Top Hats, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, really appreciate everyone. Yeah, K3s is really awesome. Okay, cool. Flux supports them both. Yeah, I love K3s. It's really awesome. I've got... I don't think I've got Kustomize and kubectl installed here. Maybe I do. But I do not have my resources set up. But yeah, I have a 4 machine K3s cluster. I've started installing K3s with Nix on. Let me get it. On these things. That was actually my first stream, which was installing NixOS on this, which is a B-Link EQ12. Amazing little mini machine. Good CPU. You can upgrade the RAM in it. Says you can't, but you can. So it's 32 gigs of RAM, 3 of these. It's like 10 watts as well. Real cheap to run, real cheap to buy, real cheap to upgrade. Great for doing home lab stuff. Do I have any schedule for streaming in mind? I don't, but I may stream on Tuesday this week because I have the Framework 16 coming. So I want to get it set up with Nix and show how to do that. Max311, thank you so much for the follow. Core Dumped, thank you so much for the follow. 24online24, thank you so much for the follow. RFCR, thank you so much for the follow. HawkLol, I don't know if I got you already, but if I did, you get another one. Thank you again for the follow. (24online24), thank you so much. Advanced routing, so I wanted to thank you for the advanced routing and middleware video on Go's standard library. How did you learn about all the features? Just using it, I guess. I am a firm believer. Well, if you follow my channel, like I did a video back in 2023 about Gorilla Mux being archived and talked about how one of the biggest problems with Go was the fact that it didn't have a good standard library implementation of routing. So I'd like tried to do routing in the past using the standard library, but the Serve Mux just isn't that great or wasn't that great. And so as soon as it came out, I did that video on the release of it and talked about how, this is a big thing. It's great that it can now do that. A lot of people ask me questions of like, but how do you do middleware? How do you do sub-routing and stuff? And I was like, you can do it all, of course. And I was like, well, this would be a good chance to show it. So I just went through each of the list and then just made sure I had good examples of how you can do it, and that worked. Can I give an estimate around what time that stream would be? I cannot give an estimate. It might be afternoonish. It just depends when they're going to deliver that laptop. But what times work for you on UTC? Thank you. Yeah, I was really proud of that video. That was one of my better ones. Yo, Techie Tacky, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why that name made me laugh. It's such a good name. Dev is fun. That's also a good name. Thank you so much for the follow. I am streaming Gopher. Sorry for all of those people on YouTube, by the way. I'm like on the YouTube chat. Twitch chat is more observed, so if you want to go on there, that's always going to be better. All right, we're going to get around to actually doing this. We're going to just hack away at it. Right header. Jorit222, thank you so much for the follow. We'll just do a bad request. There you go. Return. Done. Okay, so we should get the form. So when you parse the form, it populates r.form and r.postform. What's the difference between the two? Does anybody know? Puts the results into both r.postform and r.form. Weird, right? I don't know if that's like a... Post form contains the parsed form data from patch, post, or put body parameters. Form contains the parsed form data, including both the URL field's query parameters and patch, post, or put. Okay, there we go. That's the difference. Post form. So we just want to get the name of the spell. Wait, what is it? It's a URL.values. Okay, .get. Name. What does it return? Empty string, I guess, if it doesn't exist. It is growing, Armor. You got your work cut out for you, my guy. Being a mod. Well, we are 145. This is amazing. Thanks everybody for watching. I tried the new Mux on Golang and had a few weird bugs with parameters. I might try again a few releases down the road. Was it URL parameters or path parameters? Zuk? Thank you so much for the follow. Jorit222, I already said thank you for that one. Or did I? Jorit222, thank you for the follow. Memento Olmir, thank you so much for the follow. I'm actually in the US Rook Korean. And so framework isn't that, it's kind of expensive, the 16. When did I start streaming? About 4 weeks ago. I did a stream last week and the week before, maybe the week before. So maybe like 3 or 4 weeks. My house got hit by a tornado though last week. So that's why I've been kind of slow on the YouTube videos. Because we didn't have power until yesterday morning. Hard to do videos when you don't have power. Get param 1 and get param 2. Interesting. Gary's Goop. Yeah, sorry, I did not see that message. Yeah, it's a B-Link EQ12. Thank you, Biff Ask, for responding there. Fancy Yellow, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Taz DJ, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Midnight, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it's interesting. It was definitely an experience. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. Everybody was safe. My mother-in-law's house got completely wrecked though, so not great. We lost a few trees and had to move them down. And one of my strawberry plants got wrecked, which is a shame because I really like strawberries. Programming Polyglots, thank you so much for the follow. Stay Peaceful 89, thank you so much for the follow. Spirit of Steel, the Spirit of Steel will lead you. Thank you so much for the follow. Is that a buff? Spirit of Steel? Biff Ask, thank you so much for the follow. And call me Zid. Zid? XID? Thank you so much for the follow. I'll call you whichever one, but I don't know which one it is. The colored... Okay, some questions on YouTube. Where are we at with HTMX? Still running the pace of a snail because this is more of a just chat stream, isn't it? But I'm trying to get into a state where we're creating a spell, even just in a dictionary, or yeah, just in a dictionary. And then I want to show how to do some unit tests with actual handlers. What do I think of Zelige? I've used it a little bit. It feels like the nano of Tmux, so I think it's really good for beginners, but I think Tmux is better. I'll give it another go at some point though. It looks cool. What is the color scheme called? The color theme is Tokyo Nights, and I think it's the Storm version. What's my PC specs? So this one is just on a ThinkPad, like a ThinkPad with one of the AMD mobile processors in that I'm actually in right now. We can do Nix Shell. Let's take a look at actually what we're doing. Wait, didn't save it from Fast Fetch, I think. Let's have a look. I'll get the specs of this, but I'm using a Windows PC for actually streaming. I don't work for a big tech company. I've always worked for startups, actually. Let me just do a quick thank you. Memento Olmir, thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it. You're helping me bring my content to thousands, hundreds of thousands of people actually around the world. And you're helping to support my dreams and helping me do a lot of this stuff sponsor free, which I'm trying to do more and more of. So really, really thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, you're awesome. Koika Doda, 42069, Michael, Mevin, thank you so much for the follows, guys and gals. Do not work for a big tech company. I work in the US. I work for myself now though, which is just doing, wait, fast fetch didn't work. Let's just do near fetch because I owed somebody the specs of this machine. Okay, that's the specs of the machine. I live in the US and I work for myself, for my own US company, mainly doing YouTube now full time. It doesn't pay amazing, but it's an awesome job because I get to create awesome things for people and I get to learn new technologies and stuff. So like, I really love it. It's awesome. But before that, I used to work for a cybersecurity company that had honeypot networks around the entire globe. So we would collect information on who was performing bad scan or who were performing opportunistic scans across the internet. So we had a load of honeypots written in Go deployed. We had a huge data pipeline that would get like thousands of events a second coming in. And we'd have to like parse that information, run analytics against it and present it on our website so people could actually see which IPs were performing scans and so you can block it. Yeah, I do sound British because I am British, but I live in America. I'm British American. I'm half and half, but born British and naturalized into America. What is my favorite programming language? That is a great question. I have different favorites for different tasks. One of them is Go. I think Go is great for network programming and also for rapid prototyping. I used to like JavaScript for rapid prototyping, but I think Go has superseded it all the way. Systems level programming, I really like Rust. I'm just not very good at systems level programming with the Rust yet. I need to get better. But like sometimes I'll get very frustrated when things don't work with the borrow checker, but I know it is safe. C and C++, I know I group them together. People get really annoyed by that, but I do. I really like C++ and I really like C, especially if you ever do GPU stuff or game dev. They're also really good for systems level as well. I really like Elixir, and I'm also starting to look at Gleam, but I need to take some time and really get into Gleam and enjoy it. But they're pretty awesome languages as well. Yeah. What is my primary... You can do living out of YouTube. You can do a living out of YouTube. Some people do a really good living out of YouTube if you're good at business. I'm not good at business, so I don't do that well, but I do enough to live. All right, I'm going to jump back onto the... Okay, I'm back on the Twitch chat now. Does NixShellP make something like a virtual environment with listed packages inside? That is correct. www. Yeah, so you can easily... So rather than installing the package onto your system in an ad hoc manner, you can use the NixShellP command to install it just within that virtual environment and then use it in those cases. Stu Vin Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And El Cravos, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm getting a dry mouth. I'm just going to take a sip. But yeah, you can do a living out of YouTube. AdSense doesn't pay any money at all. I think like some of my... Like if you get it, I don't know why on tech it's not very high. But like some of my videos that take like 70 hours to create make like $30. So it's not like a good source of money. Yo, GDFXQ, thank you so much for the follow. Arma, if you ping me, I'm gonna have a look at a bit of OCaml or F#. I love functional programming languages. I haven't used OCaml enough to give it a go. I've only looked at it. I used to like Haskell, but Haskell it's so theoretical in some ways that it's like sometimes difficult. Thank you, Memento Olmer. Almir? I don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you for the sub, though. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad you like my content. I mean, I'd create content if people didn't like it, but it's always nice when people like it. What was my motivation for starting YouTube and Twitch? That is a great question. That is a really great question, actually. So I was working as a principal engineer for a startup, and I got promoted into a manager role, and I hated every moment of it because suddenly I wasn't leading a team of people to solve technical problems. I was having to get people or having to mentor people to solve their own problems. And I felt like suddenly I was no longer contributing, because you're teaching, mentoring, which is great, but like suddenly you don't see any tangible results from that. And like my creativity was just gone. Well, my creativity was there, but I wasn't expending that creativity. So I decided to start a YouTube channel. And that was my outlet for creativity. What really inspired me to do it though was I was watching a lot of woodworking because I was kind of burnt out being a manager. I was watching a lot of woodworking videos because I was into woodworking at the time. I still kind of am a little bit. And there was a YouTuber on there, a woodworking one, that was just fantastic content. And I was like, man, I'd love to do that. And then I was like, I could do that for code. And so that inspired me. Hey, watching you while my code compiles, do you have any tips to speed up Rust compilation time? I'm at 2 minutes 30 right now, and it goes, buy a Threadripper, I think is the only real way you can speed it up. That's what I did when I was freelancing. And it does work. It works pretty fast. I think my first functional language will be Scala, just because I switched to traditional or OOP. I'm going to cry. Scala, yeah. Scala's interesting. We worked with that at eBay. What are your thoughts about Golang and GraphQL? I think GraphQL is great when you have a company with split functional teams, if that makes sense. So if you have a team that is purely working on the front end and a team that works purely on the back end, GraphQL makes a lot of sense. If you have teams where they are composed of different skill sets, so like you'll have back-end engineers working with front-end engineers, and they'll kind of be dipping in and helping each other, then I think GraphQL is overkill. Good afternoon, X90. Rust compiler is not single-threaded. It is embarrassingly parallel, and so Threadripper works pretty well. Is there like a big Rust project? I could always do a speed test. I could fire up my Threadripper and we could give it a go sometime. I don't use it because it just drains energy. It's like 250 watts when idle or something stupid. While compiling all of Tokyo? I mean, you could just use it as a dependency, right? Well, let's just see that we are getting the name here before we move on to actually testing this stuff. Wait. Yeah, spell name works. So we're parsing the form data pretty well. And we could just easily create our spell. All right, let's do that. Let's just go use a dictionary or something. You'll use a map for this. Okay, this one. Map of string, spell. I may have to change my keyboard here because this is difficult. I'm going to change it. 2 seconds. Hey, call me Mr. Yogurt. Greetings from London. Thank you for the follow as well. Rotiro, also thank you for the follow. And Gambrisno, 91. I may have missed you. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it, guys and girls. Have I solved LeetCode problems? LeetCode was like just a little bit after my time. I think I played with it a little bit and it was kind of fun, but oh, this is better. we can just do it name. Honestly, we could just do a set. Let's just make this simple. I'm going to make this just a we'll call this app. No bandwidth, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, there is a OS written in Rust. Somebody said it, right? Redux OS, yes, Zig, so you got it. Can you drop what was some of your coolest Golang projects? Coolest Golang projects. Honeypots are pretty cool. Honeypots are pretty fun. I probably would have done it in Rust though. Hey, no bandwidth. Yeah, I started streaming a couple of weeks ago. It's been fun. I really enjoy it. What do I normally play? I don't play games. I get too addicted if I play video games. But if I was going to play a video game right now, it'd be Elden Ring or one of the Resident Evil games because I love Resident Evil. Yo, Liz Terra, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It's just an empty struct, isn't it? All right, so we're just going to make an app just to hold the handler, just to make this a bit easier to test. Spell handler. Okay, so we're passing that in, and the last thing we want to do is actually store the spell. So if we do a.spells equals not equals, we want to just insert it, name, and we'll modify this in a bit. Okay, good. We don't need the Google UUID. Let's get rid of that. When did I start using Hyperland and NixOS? I've been using both for a few months. The experience is amazing. NixOS and Hyperland were meant to be used together. They're pretty awesome. They are pretty awesome. I started using them a few weeks. Well, I started NixOS, I think, at the beginning of this year because I had a lot of time and I wanted to try it out. As for Checkerblitz, there's a gift here from you, I think. Let me check. No, I think that's from last time. Yeah, so I started using Hyperland only when I was able to have the super key like on my thumbs or using home row mods, so I'm not like injuring myself using it. I tried using it years ago, but like again, tiling window managers, I was always bending my thumb backwards, so not great. Which Threpper CPU do you use? Do you think things like 7950X are overkill for programming? Depends what you're doing, I'd say. Cores, I guess it depends what you're doing with your machine. If you're using VMs and stuff, then no, definitely not overkill. If you're just writing JavaScript and running that, then yeah, definitely overkill. If you're making use of those cores, then it's useful. I have the 3970X, so I was doing a lot of crypto stuff at the time, and C++ takes a long time to compile like Rust. The Bitcoin core code base took 10 minutes to compile on my laptop. I moved to a Threadripper with 128 gigs of RAM, and it took it 15 seconds. So it was a lot quicker to compile with, which is why it was obviously a good investment for me. If you do video editing and stuff, it's also good to have high CPU count. GPU is probably more important in that place. Yeah, the 10900K is pretty good. And like most of the time you don't need to upgrade. I'm a big believer you shouldn't just spend money on things unless like you absolutely need to. Otherwise, I mean, everybody, when you buy something new, it's great for the first week or two, but then you just get accustomed to it, and then you always want the new thing when the new thing comes out. So it's a bit of a cycle. I think being happy with kind of what you've got is a really important thing. And that's why I really like the framework laptops, because I feel like they encourage that repairability, and you know, you kind of don't have to feel like you want to buy the newest version, because you can upgrade it if you need to down the future. Man, I'm so bad at League of Legends armor. Terrible at that game. Real Shoozy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so this should work. Let's just list the spells as well. Although, no, I promised testing. We'll do testing. Okay, so we have our handler here. We're creating a new spell, parsing the form data, getting the name out of the form data, and then just storing it. So this is a pretty easy handler to test. We just want to send a request to the spell handler, pull out the information, and then make sure it stores it. End-to-end testing we can't actually do because we need to know that it got stored in there, but that's fine for the moment. If you're using a database or Redis or Redis Valkey or something, because Redis is dead. But let's do a simple unit test for this. We can do it in main test. We'll do handler test. Normally you should name it the same as the file, but this is just in a main file, so not ideal. Handler test. .go. Assembly is the only answer. Do I think leak code is actually good for interviews? So if you apply at Fang, they do a lot of leak code. I think it's good to get your mind in that state. Like, from a philosophical point of view, do I think it's any good? Not really. I think it's a way of testing people and testing some sort of aptitude. Brumby O_, thank you so much for the follow. Odin Rose, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Sheba Haxes, I missed you as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate everyone. And ZH, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, so we're testing creating the spell handler. I'm going to use the Assert framework by the Testify one by Stretcher. Amazing framework. Normally, I would always advocate for using the standard library where you can, because I think it's better to learn how to do things the standard library way. And there is like key decisions behind some of those, or key reasons for those decisions, especially with Rob Pike. He's kind of opinionated on those. But also, he's opinionated in a way that I think is really sincere. It's like he's not like a, and I like Linus Torvalds, but Linus is very opinionated in a way that's like abrasive and brash, whereas Rob Pike's opinionated is always very much like, you don't have to agree with it, but if you don't agree with it, think why you don't agree with it. Yeah, I like Rob Pike. Do you think the native HTTP lib is worth using now instead of Gin or Fiber? Absolutely. Net/HTTP all the way. I think like Gin and Fiber do a lot for you, and it can feel like they're very useful, but at the same time, if you implement Temple in Gin, it is way harder than it is in the standard library. Yeah, I agree, So Guitar. I think there are still companies that hold on to it, but I've never used LeetCode for things. Like, it's good to know how data structures and algorithms work, but it's good to know that anyway, not for just LeetCode and getting a job. Like, know why you should use a hash map or a dictionary instead of iterating over an array twice. Those are really important things. So I guess like the idea of LeetCode was to test certain skill sets, but it ended up being like just a form of standardized testing, I guess. Not really ideal in my opinion. Okay, so let's open up another tab. So we want to send a request to our spell handler. This needs to be non-private. Needs to be exported in order for us to test it with a test package. So we want to create the new spell, parse the form basically. So to do that, we can use the HTTP test library to create a new recorder, I believe. So this is like a request response recorder, which is kind of nice. And it will basically allow you to capture all of the response that takes place. You can even do this as res. So we need to send up a request, or define a request. I don't know if HTTP test, it does do requests as well, which is great. So the method is going to be http.method post. What is it? So target, what's the target? Request target. Okay. Maybe either a path or an absolute URL. If the target is an absolute URL, the hostname from the URL is used instead. Okay, so it's just a path. In our case, that is... it doesn't actually matter what it is, but we can just do it /spells. What's actually nice about this is you can just pass these in, but you could also spin up the server if you want to, if your server code is outside of the main function, and then just pass these to the server as well. Net/quick? I've not looked at net/quick. Question, do you use Discord? If so, did you manage to get screen sharing to work? As of now, I always switch to GNOME/Xorg if I need screen sharing. I've never seen someone get Discord sharing to work on Hyperland. I read it's because of outdated Electron. Did you manage to get it to work? No, I didn't. Yeah, Wayland and screen sharing has always been a problem, even on GNOME. And you can use Pipewire to do it. There are ways. Pipewire works. Using Chrome web browser for Discord works. Shiba, if you've got links to your .dot files, let us know. But yeah, I usually just use a capture card. Sometimes I just plug the capture card in and plug it back into the same computer and then use streaming for that. That's like a really stupid hack to do it. Tanner OX13, thank you so much for the follow. Alex M0303, thank you for the follow. I may have already said you as well, but Ans, thank you so much for the follow, in case I missed you. What GPU am I using? I am using the NVIDIA 3080 Ti. Thank you, Dave Tam. I'm enjoying streaming as well. Is there any particular way/technology you'd suggest for breaking into basic web stuff? Standard library. I would consider using the standard library for building like a web server, if that's what you're looking to do. Start with the standard library as much as you can. If you're using Postgres or something, you'll need a Postgres driver I'd recommend SQLX, but it takes you away from the standard library sometimes. Web chord. I'm going to have a look at that. Okay, so in our test, we got a new recorder, not declared. I think we're missing the request body here. Yeah, so we need to set up the request body, which in a form can be just, I mean, you can hard code it. Post form issues a post request to the specified URL with the data keys and values encoded. So that's one way you could do it. I think it's url.values is what we want from net/URL. So we can just do our form is a URL's values, and we'll do form.set, and we'll set the name. And we can set this to be Ice Blast. Is that a good spell name? Maybe not. Magic Missile, that's always a good one for any of those Baldur's Gate Dungeons and Dragon fans out there. Now we can't use the form as the io.reader, but we can encode it as a string. So we need to do strings.newReader. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I need to go mod tidy quickly. Yeah, I agree. Like, I haven't used much TypeScript though, but I know it looks, the type system looks overly complex from what I've seen. Like, you can do way too much with it, in my opinion. And maybe that's cool, but I like kind of simple, minimal. For so long 67, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Luigi 401, thank you so much for the follow. TypeScript types are a lie. Yeah, I've heard people refer to it as a linter. For me, it's just gradual typing. Fumano26, thank you so much for the follow. It's gradual typing. It's better than Hungarian notation, but I don't know, I don't like it. All right, so we got a form, we got the request, we got the response. God Goatsy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, guys. Okay, so NixOS, does that use session-based authentication? All right, so we got a request. So now we just need to actually send it to our thing, but we need to create one. So let's create the new app. This is the problem. We can't actually access the main package. So we need to like move it into its own package, which is fine. So let's go and do that. We'll call it app and then app/go. Awesome1, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Awesome, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm going to give you the line in a sec. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, helping it to remain as sponsor-free as I can do it. And you're also supporting my dreams. So thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. Do I have a repo of this project? No, I don't have a repo of this project at the moment. What is this? HTTP guts. I don't have a repo of this project. I will get one up, show you what I'm doing, but it's nothing too crazy. But if you want to look at like how I test the code, I will definitely make sure to put that up at the end of the video. Which window manager am I using, Devon? I am using Hyperland. I can do a tutorial for my dev setup. Do you want to see, William, do you want to see just like the software side, or do you want to see the hardware side as well? And I'm not using Capuchin. Me and Capuchin are broken up, fortunately. We've gone our separate ways. I'm now using Tokyo Night, seeing someone else. Proton Matt, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so creating a new spell. Everything looks fine in here. We just need to make sure we use this. Can't call this app anymore. Let's just call it A. I've actually got a video coming up about single letter variable names soon. That's in the scripting phase. That one's going to be controversial, I think, because it might ruffle a couple of feathers, but I think there are times when it's useful. And then we can do a.spellhandler. I'd probably like actually do app.start here normally, but we'll get to that. When we do the end-to-end testing, we'll make this a little bit more accessible. Is this building? Undefined app, main.5 log. Wait, I'm gonna just restart because this feels like it's not working. Yeah, okay. Yo, Hut cheat stab poo poo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Useful when doing math and temporary code. Those are two of the reasons I think single letter variable names are good. I mean, there's 4 in total. Those are 2 of them. Domain specific, so like math, cryptography. But that's not code for software developers. So, but again, you're not meant to really understand that. Mathematicians are meant to understand that. So it's worthwhile to do it in mathematical, or as close to mathematical notation as possible. But temporary code, temporary variables is another really good one. There's 2 other reasons I think it's worthwhile. I and J for loops, yeah. That kind of falls under the temporary variables, in my opinion. Although I do recommend never using J and I in the same loop or in the same scope. Yeah, don't ever have I and J in the same scope. The real spider dude, this is Go. Golang. I like more short names rather than single letter. Yep. Yeah, I think so. R for routing. Yeah, this is probably not the best name. Router is probably a better name. And it definitely breaks the rules. Karsanic, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you've got like both I and J in the same scope, rename them. But like, and this is another video idea I've got. I think if you're using I and J, you've got a nested for loop, and 9 out of 10 times you shouldn't have a nested for loop. It means you've done something wrong with your data structures and algorithms. Not always though. Like 2D arrays, 2D drawing like anything 2D or anything that makes a lot of sense, but I've seen like a lot of nested for loops when people should have used a map or a dictionary instead. I have not heard of the Nix helper. SNTZ91, thank you so much for the follow. Do I do Unreal Blueprint reviews? I do not, the real spider do. I'm not even sure I know what that is. Mohaned Hosni, thank you so much for the follow. Aerosol, my window manager is Hyperland. I'm using Hyperland. AC Byte 00, thank you so much for the follow. Ah yes, triple nested for loop. That's always fun. I'm using Alacrity because it's the most simple of all the terminals and it's GPU accelerated, so I really like it. Okay, so we should have everything in app now. And we can just rename this file into app.go. So I'm just going to go do that. I'm going to do it in the terminal. Or maybe not. I need to learn how to use this. Let me say thank you to everyone following. Franklin Barahunga, thank you so much for the follow. Olivier Flow Error, thank you so much for the follow. Aerosol, thank you so much for the follow. AC Byte 00, I think I got you, but thank you so much for the follow. And thank you for my Linux. Yeah, thank you. I will be doing some more setup videos on my second channel because that's becoming more and more about Linux. Solver 101, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, everyone. Have I tried oil.mvim for managing files? Not yet. Everybody's been telling me I need to, and I should be listening to people. So I will try it at some point. I'm trying. This is like the Telescope NVIM manager, which is okay. I just keep forgetting what my alt key is. But it's all right. I can rename. It seems to work. And then I accidentally exit out of it. So I need to try oil because everyone tells me it's great. Agamojot Singh, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry that I said your name probably terribly wrong. Okay. Alt R. Oh, it's not Alt. Alt R. Rename. Let's put it into app/app_test.go. Oh yes, I will give some attention to YouTube live chat. I need to get them set up, but I'm like flipping back between both of them. I need to get it properly set up. But thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate my videos and thank you for pinging me to look at YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. I'm going to look. How do you handle an error in stdlib HTTP server? You just return it as a status code. Amadin, why is everyone coding Go now? I've been coding Go for a while. I was doing it before it was cool. I started coding Go as soon as they got rid of the dreaded Go path. Yeah, I'm sorry for ignoring YouTube chat. I need to like get my setup so I can see both of them. I haven't used Harpoon. That's Prime's plugin, right? I need to take a look at it. Everyone says it's awesome, so I need to give it a go. How do you handle errors and logging in stdlib HTTP server? I will show you how to do that shortly. What keyboard do you use? Right now I'm using the Moonlander because I find it easier to code on. I'm trying to learn to use the Glove 80, but I don't know if I like it. It's too many keys. Am I reading YouTube comments? Not as well as I should be. But I will be coming and looking at them more. Twitch, though, is going to be more real time, I'm afraid. I know, I'm sorry to YouTube. Do I play any instruments? I used to play the violin and I play the guitar. The only problem is my hands. I have really big palms but tiny fingers. So I can't really like reach for things. I've got like swimmer's hands, they're called. So I'm good at swimming, but not good at playing musical instruments. The dot files on my GitHub are updated, but they're not the Dreams of Code ones. They're at the Elliot Mins /dot files. File managers like Nautilus, I think. Okay. So we are sending the request to our spell handler. Let me just show that this does work. And then we'll show how to handle errors and how we'll actually test those errors as well, which is also important. Found packages app and app test. .go. Okay, main. That should not be. Let's see if that works. Okay, I just didn't save it properly. So our test is working. We're not testing any assertions though, so that's always good, but at least we're running our tests. So the next thing we want to test is to make sure we get the correct data back from, well, Actually, the first thing we can test is side effects. So one way you can do this is, it's not really the best for unit test this one, but Quantum Forg, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to change it onto a different song quickly. Maybe something a bit more upbeat. You can run tests directly from NVim, but personally, I don't like that. Let's try this. I'm on copyright-free lo-fi, but who knows if I was always on copyright-free lo-fi. Thank you. It is not Waybar though, it is AGS. Ayla's GTK shell, which is really awesome. Okay. Let's check if our spell was created. I'm sorry to whoever that was. I have the wrong window open. Let me check that out and say thank you. Ashamar, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, so we can check if our spell was created by doing a.spells spell exists. I mean, we don't really need to get the spell because it's just going to be an empty struct. So exists, and our name is magic missile. We'll parameterize that in a minute. Then we can do assert exists, or true, I guess. What have we actually got in exists? Contains. Specified string, list, or map contains. We can do contains then, I think. That's probably a better one. Hi, Alvaz. How you doing? Alavaz? Yeah, that video was awesome. I do need to give it a go. I will try to compose actually a little bit more. I used to do like I had like a keyboard. I can't remember what they're called. M Audio, which I did a little bit of music on back at uni. Freebie 8677. Thank you so much for the follow. Guava Glitch. I'm learning OOP and Go, and I'm confused on when to implement OOP and when to just use a function, like when to create methods for scenario like API controller or utility, or when to use a factory function. Yeah, great question. So I guess with OOP, you're talking more about creating structs and types rather than objects, because Go doesn't really have OOP in the traditional sense of what OOP is. But you want to create basically different types. Honestly, I would think about encapsulation. So use a function when you can. If you start adding more than like 2 or 3 parameters, maybe think about encapsulating. That's typically how I do it. Yo, Miro Sulix, saw my glove. I have not done a Glove 80 review, so you might be thinking of someone else. Am I using a VM? No, I'm using a dedicated laptop. What language is good to learn if you want to learn? What language is good to learn if you want to go engineering the NEST in next year? Okay, what language you want to learn? I mean, it depends what you want to do. If you want to do more like Linux systems level, learn C. If you want to learn how to create network applications, learn Go. If you want to end up learning Rust, learn C or C++, maybe C++ actually. If you want to learn Rust because Rust is awesome, then learn Rust, but I would learn another language before you learn Rust, just so you can understand some of the problems it solves. Yoda Interactive, thank you so much for the follow. BIAN, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it, both of you. Okay, so this test, we're just going to check to see if our spell was created. Let's do the -v. Was not created. Now that could be because I have my name set correctly. So let's try this. I mean, they look the same, so obviously it's not working for some reason or the other, which is good usually, because that means you can fix a bug. Map of string struct does not contain magic missile, so let's have a look at as to why. But it does say creating a new spell, but I don't see it creating an actual name. Did I get a follow and it didn't come up? Whoever that was, I thank you for that follow. Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it. Start with C, suffer now, enjoy later. AMQ end in. How long have I been using NeoVim? I started using NeoVim. When was it? Either 2018 or 2017. Or maybe earlier. I used Alacrity in 2017. I've been using Vim for a long time though. I was using Vim back in 2016, I think, and then I was using NeoVim when it came out. But like initially it wasn't that different from Vim, so there was like a bit of an overlap between the two. But I first learned Vim in 2009 for a university course because we had to do compiler writing, but we were only allowed to do it in Vim SSH'd into a Unix machine called Tomcat, I think it was, or Bobcat. Bobcat was the name of it. And it was like a rolled your own Unix distribution or Unix implementation that the head of IT had created or something. So it doesn't contain magic missile, but I don't know if it's because my form data is incorrect. Let's find out why. Let's actually look at the header. So we should get back a 200. That's always a good thing to check. So t.run, check our status code, response status code. Yeah, I just changed them manually. Weren't using the dot or search. Why? Probably because I'm not thinking properly. There wasn't that many though. But yeah, normally I would just use /s if I'm doing something like that. Okay, check the response status code. Res.status code. It's interesting because I use Vim or NeoVim, but I don't use it because I want it to be like an IDE. I use it because I like the terminal to be my IDE. So we've got 400, so we're not passing in the correct form body, which probably means we need to set our HTTP header correctly as well. Treated Zero, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. #21 Benzen, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so likely because we're sending this with the incorrect header, set header content type. I can't remember what form content type is. I am is Sam1. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Not average from YouTube. Thank you so much for following. I'm guessing you're not average on YouTube. Denil Cardenas, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the follow, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. What is the form content type? Does anybody know? Is it... Oh, I know, I remember what it is. How old am I? That's a great question. I'm older than 30, younger than 40. Do I edit the same Linux or do I have another? I have a different Linux that I record on. I currently edit using a MacBook because MacBooks are just too good for content creation. I was using my Threadripper machine though for editing at one point. Finn Mit Y, thank you so much for the follow. Sarscast, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Dave Franco, thank you so much for the kind words. My Linux distro is NixOS. If you wanna, I'll put the old NeoFetch on for everybody who's just joined. There you go. This is my laptop that I use primarily for streaming until I get my Framework 16, and then we're gonna have some fun with that. Which language is this, FinMitY? It is Golang. So we're currently showing how to write unit tests for HTTP handlers. xwww.http.form or something horrible. Or application / There's got to be a better way to test. Let's try that. Oh, no, Nix shell again. Still not working. So, let me have a look. We're going to print line of form dot encode. Just want to see what this actually prints it out as, make sure everything is good. Magic plus missile. That doesn't feel right. That should be a \20, right? Let me try that. Well, I mean, now it's \25. So let's have a look how we do sending form data in Go. I mean, that's how it looks on the Stack Overflow page that I'm looking on, but that seems to be the error. Strings new reader. This is a method post, 2 spells. So let's have a look and see what's going on here. Yo, map management, thank you for the follow. Sam Kodaks, thank you for the follow. Yatdu, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Use curl to test. I mean, curl will work, that's the thing. Although, curl will definitely work, I think. Kate98, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, what's interesting is, I don't know what's wrong with this, but something is wrong. I bet the spells itself is going to be empty as well. Yeah, spells is empty, so it looks like it's something wrong with my encoding, but I would have thought application / HTTP URL encoded would have been okay. But what we're going to do is just print out the body here. So we'll do, oh, that's in the app now, isn't it? Not here. io.readall r.body. And we're just going to comment this out because otherwise it's going to crash. It doesn't even matter if it does. All right, let's try that. So we are getting body data in there. And if we turn it into a string, it exists. Name equals magic plus missile, which is what I would expect it to be. So something about the form parsing is not working. But yeah, that's what it should be, which is what this is. Right? So, I mean, the body is what I would expect it to be. Hey, Red, how you doing? Never touched. Yeah, real-time WebSockets are kind of fun and Go. Yeah, we're going to do a stream to put together the Framework 16 x90. What programming language do I use the most? Probably Go. It's pretty versatile. Most of the time I build stuff for myself these days to like speed up video creation or tinker or even just learn something new. Okay, so why is the form not... I mean, we can do... Well, let's try something else, actually. Let's just do a name that doesn't have a space in it. Well, that still is empty. And it's still 400. So maybe it's something to do with the header. Let's actually look at the parse form. This music's a bit too much. Let's change it. It's not the chill music I was expecting. Okay. Sorry. Blood pressure was going through the roof there. Zilla here, thank you so much for the follow. Hey Arma, how you doing? Yeah, Zilla here, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Raphael LB89, thank you for the follow. Kute98, thank you for the follow. All right, so parse form populates our form and our post form. For all other HTTP methods or when the content type is not application/x. So this is what it needs to be. The request body is not red. So I think it's just to do with our, honestly, I think it's just to do with our header type, but I definitely set the header type, which is interesting. So our rec.header URL encoded. I think that is correct, right? Let's actually check what the header is in this point. Because the body's there, so it's probably just the HTTP header. Okay, I think it's get. Yo, Gee Prank Kelt, thank you so much for the follow. All right, let's take a look at the content type. I wonder if we can do it. I wonder if it needs to be canonical or not. Zealous Programming, thank you so much for the follow. And Ron QC, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I just burped. I hope you didn't hear that. That'd be very unprofessional. Is it multi-part form data though? Is that what we want? I mean, the doc suggests it should be for parse form. Like if we want to do parse multi-part form, then it should be multi-part form data. You kind of can't see that actually, sorry. But for parse form, wait, let me, so I mean, that's my guess of why it's not working. I thought I fixed that, but application/x www http URL encoded. Is that right? So I mean, it's coming through as that, but that's probably not right, is it? Application x form URL encoded. HTTP, so I'm missing the form, basically. There you go. So it's user error. www.http.form URL encoded. And that doesn't work still. Probably because I'm missing something. Multipart is cool, but not needed in this case. Okay, so it's not HTTP URL encoded, it's www form URL encoded. There you go. So that's just me being a plonker. And it still doesn't work. Okay. Application slash x www x www form URL encoded. I mean, at that point, I thought it was going to work. But we're getting a 400, so let's find out what the 400 is. We'll just do log print line. Troll Forever, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Let's see now what it is. So the name is now missing, and the application is X. I'm going to look at the Go docs and just copy it from there, because I'm trying to do this from Go doc http://request.parse form. That looks exactly the same to me. I can't see any difference. So that does look like we got it right this time, but something else is not working. I need AI to help me. Name is still missing. Solistro, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Troll Forever. I appreciate it. Just Chill, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. As I struggle to test a simple HTTP handler. So this is definitely correct here as well. So what's so interesting about this? It's in the form body. What are we missing? I think the best way is now test against some real data. Response code error 400 from /spell. So this is also failing. Wait. Okay, so it's also failing now on my standard testing, which is interesting. What's the response we're getting back? So maybe I just broke something else. Oh, that's it. I'm reading the body. Okay, so for those who don't know, io.read all sets the body to be like the pointer where the body is. So it's kind of failing correctly. Yeah, like I'm doing something bad. So when I was testing this, I'm reading the body. Okay, now this maybe will work. This should work for here. Yeah, okay, so this worked. And now this works. Okay, so that was just me again. When I'm testing, like, when I was testing the, basically using the IO to read all the body, it moves like the pointer of where the body actually is. And this now all works. Okay, great. So that took like 30 minutes to do something that should have taken 2 minutes, but that happens sometimes when writing code. And you learn a lot through doing that, so it's important sometimes to go through that pain. I learned that it's xwww form URL encoded. Okay, so now we have the HTTP handler sort of tested. We can do a little bit more, but there's not really much more to test. But I guess we can start testing some error states. So Just Chill, It is. It does look like the GNOME bar, but it's not GNOME. It's Euler's GTK shell, or AGS. So it uses GTK correctly. Correct, Alvaz, because it's a reader. The reader is basically causing the issue. But we've got basically we've got kind of our simple test now. So now we can do some like more interesting tests, like testing the actual failure. So test create spell handler failures or missing name. We'll parameterize these in a minute, but like if we just don't set the name, we'll just set everything else, then this should actually respond with an http.status bad request. And then it should contain nothing in our spells. Although, yeah. So our spells should basically be empty. So we can do assert.empty. App.spells. Wait, a.spells. Need to pass in the T. Okay, so these are like the same tests. There's better ways to do this rather than copy and pasting. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. But now we're testing like the error state. Utox39, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, AGS is really awesome. It's really customizable. It's written in JavaScript as well, whether that's a good thing or not. But it's sometimes a little bit easier than using like Lisp. Okay, so check our response status code. Check our spell was not created in this state. Let's clear this up. Go test. Both of these passed. We're logging, so that's why it looks kind of a lot of output. Name is missing, that's correct. But yeah, both of these tests pass. So that's testing the handler directly. You can use parameterized testing, which... Let's go ahead and do this. We'll call this success for the moment. Okay, so we're just going to create just a general test function that actually tests all of our tests in one, but you use parameters to define it so you're not repeating the same logic as we're doing here. So to do that, you want to first define test cases. In this case, we're defining a struct, which is going to contain a name. So that's going to be the test name, which is a string. The input, which in this case is just going to be the spell name, I think. You can have like this input be whatever you want. You could have it be a request, which is probably the easiest thing to do. Let's do that. Yo, CBreezy209, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. So the request is going to be a http.request, of course. It's going to be the input. And then the once or the response is going to be a http.responseWriter. Crips70n, thank you for the follow. This is going to be too general. I'm going to make this a little bit more specific. So input, and we're just going to do the name at the moment, which will be a string. Let's do this. And then the once, we're just going to have to define some properties that we want to be coming back, that we want to test. So in this case, we just want to test the HTTP status. So status code, which is going to be an int. And then I guess the spells map, which is going to be a map of string struct. So this is what we want the expected state to be after our test completes. Troll Forever, I don't use Copilot, no. I have a video on why I don't use Copilot anymore, which goes into basically my thoughts on it. But yeah, I don't use Copilot anymore. I write everything from scratch. Crips70n, hey, can you tell us what is your full-time job and which technologies you use in your day-to-day life? Well, of course, if you are comfortable sharing that with us. So my full-time job used to be software developer. I went all the way from graduate up to a principal, and then I became an engineering manager and I hated it. So my full-time job now is YouTube. I do YouTube as my full-time job, or content creation. I'll get onto that one in a minute. So yeah, that's my full-time job. Day to day, I write code to solve my own problems. So I mainly do like video or code to help with like video creation, or I learn new technologies. So I use Go quite a lot. I also like writing systems level stuff with Rust. I'm starting to build a couple of websites and applications, again, using Go to do that. But yeah, that's my day job now, is creating content, which is kind of very different from writing code, but I really enjoy it and I'm very, very grateful to be able to do it. Response writer is an interface, right? Why you need a pointer? You are very correct. I was thinking of the HTTP test.response. But you're right, I don't need a pointer, and that's going to go anyway because it needs to be the want. Thank you, Mizet. Thank you, I appreciate that. Say never mind, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm hoping to get better. Like, it's definitely something, the more you do, the better you get at it. Rotler, by the way, thank you for the follow. And Crip70N, also thank you for the follow, in case I didn't say thank you. Yeah, Dirtim, thank you. And thank you for the sub, by the way. I'm not checking YouTube chat as much. I need to fix that. This is my first time doing YouTube streaming. But thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that a lot. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dream. So it's like a 2-for-1. Awesome. No, I think for some reason I didn't update the titles. So let me update the titles quickly. I meant to update it, but I didn't. Brummans, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to update the titles now. Right now we're just doing testing in Go, so I guess that's what it is going to be. Mohammed OXF, thank you so much for the Mohammed 15, I guess I should say. Or is it 14? I can't remember. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, updating the stream name. Marlon Marcello, thank you so much for the follow. Do I use Go workspaces and share resources? Just asking out of curiosity. Yeah, I mean, we tried to use Go workspaces, but I think like it was difficult to get it to work. But I want to try to unpick workspaces. Yeah, I think like you're kind of right. Like, we should be using it for sharing resources more, or we were trying to use it for sharing resources more. We end up just using replace directives to do that, which kind of works. It was like in a mono repo as well. We had like some spikes to look at workspaces, but we just didn't have the time to look at it. So I don't know the answer to how they work. What is Hyperland and where is Twitch? So Twitch is... My Twitch is up there at dreamsofcode_dev. Let me put it in here in case you want to watch it. That's the Twitch. What panel bar are you using? I'm using AGS and OneEye FPV. Yes, this is a test table. You are correct. I need like a unified chat somewhere. And there probably is one out there. Saya, never mind. Finally see you live after following you on YouTube for so long. Just wanted to let you know that I absolutely love your content, which inspired me so much. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's the whole goal about doing it, is to support developers. Do I find NixOS is a good choice for developers? And also want to ask about the learning curve. Also curious to know if you're using the Moonlander as a keyboard as well. I am using the Moonlander right now, yes. I was using the Glove 80, but I had to swap it out. This is the Moonlander. You'll notice I have it with like less keys, because the less keys the better in my opinion. Less keys the better. I also have it with like a really heavy base plate. Yeah, the Moonlander is awesome. I really recommend it if you want to get into split keyboards. It's like the perfect hybrid between the two. Bit of a learning curve for typing, but when you get the hang of it, it's awesome. And yes, these are table-driven tests, or parameterized tests, some people call them as well. In Go, they're called table-driven though. Oh, NixOS, good choice for developers. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think if you're purely writing code, or building software or whatever, I think NixOS is awesome. There is a learning curve. The documentation is the biggest issue. Once you learn there's Nix Pills, I think is a really good learning resource for the beginning, but also just getting in and doing it. That's how I learn best. Huge learning curve. Once you understand where all the packages are on GitHub, you can just go and look at the source code to figure out how to use things. Oh, Python sucks as well with NixOS. Okinawa, thank you so much for the follow. Honetic, thank you so much for the follow. The Max Burn, thank you so much for the follow. Coda, thank you so much for the follow. Sad Mad Lad Salmon, thank you so much for the follow. And Jaina is C. Thank you all for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, and Bouncy Deers as well. Thank you so much. No pen testing, just standard testing of an API. But I work really slow when I'm on stream. Ashburn7943, thank you so much for the follow. I'm really envious of like the streamers that can just kind of still manage to bash out a load of code whilst chatting to everybody, but I can't split that. One eye, ill eye. No, wait. One eye, ill eye. Thank you so much for the follow. You may lepit tit prince. Lepit it prince. Almost said something wrong there. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it's probably a skill I need to pick up, chatting and coding. I've always been terrible at it though. Yeah, it really is magic. You kind of just got to forget chat for a bit whilst you get through it. I guess that's like gaming as well, when, you know, gamers get really focused on certain things. Let's do a happy path test because that's always good. So the input here, we want it just to be the name is going to be... What's a good spell name? Slime? Is there a spell that you can turn someone into slime? Slime. Firebolt's the ice one. Yeah, so my OBS is meant to have a chat overlay, but it's not working for some reason. Matosha, thank you so much for the follow. I can't think of any good spells. Teleport. There you go. That's a good one. Yeah. Python on NixOS is not great. Sad mad lad. Parzari, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, teleport. That's the input. And we want an HTTP status code of 200 because everything worked. Actually, we want it to be 201, which isn't going to work. But that's good. So now we're going somewhere. All right, status code. http.status created, which is a 201, by the way. And we also want our spells map to be a struct or a map of string struct. And inside it's going to contain just teleport with obviously nothing on it. This is how you do sets in Go, by the way. You just use an empty struct. All right, so that's our first test. Pretty good. Then we can do for test or TC, range and test cases. So we're looping through our test cases. We're going to write a test for each one. Prophet Itu, thank you so much for the follow. I have not tried poetry for Python yet, Red. That's something I really want to do. I just avoid Python at the moment. Vamos Samor, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Uddy Star, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. What is PDM? Hero WF, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I think I got everybody. Zari, I think I got you, but if I didn't, I apologize and thank you for the follow. All right, TC name. So we're doing the test name. Let me just do another function, test function. Okay, so now we can do our actual testing here, like the actual test logic that we had, which is the spell name, the form, everything. So I'm just going to copy this because copy and paste. So we want the input here, which is the spell input name. Then we have our spell handler, and we have these two tests, but we're not going to sub-test them. We could actually. I like sub-testing sometimes. All right, so now we have basically what we had with our happy path test. Let's get rid of this. So we're setting the name to our input, which means we can test with some failure state as well in a second. Sending up the request, we'll also parameterize this, I think. Getting the recorder, getting the app. Sentient machine, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Calling the spell handler, running the test, checking if the result is correct, but we actually want to check this to be what we want it to be, if that makes sense for the test case. So test case once.status code. Check that. And we need to check our spells, but we're not going to check if it contains. We're just going to do assert equal. This may fail. And we want to do app.spells tc.once.spellsMap. You may let me Lepetit Prince. I'm gonna get your name correct. Let me say a big thank you in a second. Yeah, so thank you for the subscription. You may Lepetit Prince. I'm getting that terribly wrong, but thank you so much. You're enabling me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dream. So it's a 2-for-1, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mehmet, the color scheme is Tokyo Night. Louis Eduardo, are you on NixOS now? I am on NixOS for a few of my machines. I still record on Arch because that ad hoc installation is really useful for actual machines, and also Home Manager. I love Home Manager, but if I'm doing like configurations, if somebody's using Home Manager, they can figure out how to do a configuration from like a normal dot file to Home Manager, but the inverse isn't true. So I will do all my videos still using Arch. And that'll be my main machine for working with recordings. But yeah, my like laptops and stuff, I pretty much use NixOS these days. Is the only thing holding me back is the lack of cargo for the language. And thoughts on Gleam language. Gleam is really interesting. I want to give it a go, and I'm going to give it a bit of a go. I just need to find the time to do it, but I'll probably do some videos on Gleam. I'm a big fan of Elixir and Erlang, and I think Gleam fits in really nicely. So yeah, pretty excited about it. I also love what Louis is doing. Louis Pilford, I think, is awesome. So yeah, probably will be taking a look at Gleam in some videos soon. Yeah, lack of cargo. I mean, Go kind of has all the developer tools within it. You don't use like cargo, like Go itself. I do think the Go package manager is maybe better than cargo. Maybe. I'm going to do like a package manager tier list at some point. Lehim Meister Yoda, thank you so much for the follow. G equals pi squared. Good name. I'm glad I actually managed to get that one. G equals pi squared. Thank you so much for the follow. The Paranomic. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Yume. Thank you. I'm really glad people like my content. It feels unreal at the times but I'm glad. The whole point of that content is to be entertaining and educational, and I'm glad people really enjoy it. I'd still do it anyway, but yeah, it's awesome. I missed another alert. DevOps Panda. Man, what a good name. What does a DevOps Panda do these days? Dirtim, out of context, but I really want to use test containers, but I didn't get to it yet. How can I run my database migrate? How can I run my database migrator running and then just reset the data part for test but keep structure? you can either spin up a new database and run the migrator for different tests, or transactions is a good way if you're able to do that. If your test code itself performs a transaction, you can't, but one way to do it is to just use a transaction and pass that to the test in. There's definitely ways to do it. If you jump on my Discord, we can actually chat about it a little bit more, and I can kind of show you how to do some of that stuff. But there are ways to do it. Test containers is pretty awesome for doing that, although spinning up tests for a database for every test is overkill. But there are different ways. Planning of world domination and more dev, much less ops. Shift left, man. The shift left panda. As much as I dislike PHP Composer, it was a really good Go package manager. I don't think I've used Composer. That might have been a bit after my time. We're importing math/ran/v2. That must be a typo. Okay, we don't need to set this up. Okay, so let's actually test this. And we'll get rid of this one because we recreated it. All right, so this test is failing, but not for a bad reason. It's failing because we're expecting 201 and we haven't set 201. But 201 is the correct status for a post usually if it's successfully created something. So let's go and do it. Yeah, spinning up 700 containers would be pretty awesome. Hey, Mizuet, thank you so much for the subscription. Again, you are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. You're supporting my dreams, so it's a 2-for-1. And I love it. I love doing this stuff. So yeah, thank you so much. You enable that. Fishmonk99, thank you so much for the follow. You guys, I'm going to have to keep streaming, aren't I? I'm going to have to start doing this more. JD780, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to have to make this more of a regular occurrence because this is a lot of fun. And I'll try to structure these a little bit more rather than me getting stuck with some tests, because this started as like a, hey, how do we write things without JavaScript? And now I'm just showing how you can do some tests. But I think my audience prefer backend development more than front end anyway, so it makes a lot of sense. Matt12143, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, let's go and actually return the HTTP status code here. eBird, thank you so much for the follow, eBird. Just wondering, which linter do you use for Go? That's a great question. I use Golang Slint CI. Is that what it's called? Vamos or more. We are just writing some tests. I was starting with basically some HTMX, showing how that works. And then it just completely turned into me writing unit tests for a simple handler function, which is kind of fun, I guess. A Superfav, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it is chill. It is chill. JavaScript is absent. Yeah, you're right. Am I switching to NixOS from Lifeless? I've kind of already switched, I guess, but like, I still use Arch because there's some things that are easier to do with Arch, especially for filming videos. Where can I find your hyperlink configs? You can find it on elliottmins/.files. I really like Arch. And I like NixOS. And I like Darwin Nix for whenever I have to use a Mac. I think Arch will always have a kind of a special place because it's been the longest distro that I've used. I've been using Arch since 2017, I think. Yeah. Ever since I spent like 6 months with a MacBook with a touch bar, and I was so infuriated with that device that I was like, right, I'm just going to move to Linux. I don't need to use a Mac. And it was like a real big shell shock at first because by the way, because everything was like, I was really wrapped in the Apple ecosystem, so it was really hard to get out of it. And then once I did, I was pretty happy. All right, let's get rid of this print line. We don't need that. Yo, HyperPhoenix, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, Go test is looking good. So now we can start adding in our bad tests or our failure states. So we've got the happy path here. And this is what's nice about table tests or parameterized testing, as it's called with other languages, is you don't have to like fill out the bulk of what you want to do. So empty name, let's say. So it's a lot easier to like test failure cases and just change what you're testing without having to write the entire test out again, which reduces the number of boilerplate. It's actually one of the greatest things that, one of the greatest patterns that Go has ever come up with. And then we can just make sure that our spells map is empty. So the spells should be empty at this point, and we can do status bad request. Then if we test it, why is it still importing v2? That's what I don't understand. My LSP is broke. So our tests still working absolutely fine, great. And that was pretty easy to add another test, but obviously you should be testing lots of error states because errors are the things you care about, really. Hey, Iron Lung. Bullzone Buzz, thank you for the follow. And everybody else, I'm KCXAM, thank you so much for the follow. HyperPhoenix, thank you for the follow. A Toaster Crumb, thank you for the follow. A Super Fav, thank you for the follow. Okay, so empty name, we've done that. That's one of our first error states. What else is an error state? Another one is if we don't have the correct content type, which we've kind of already seen. So we can easily do this by doing content type. So, but rather than typing it out, let's go ahead and put so we can have this one here, which is great. Although this is kind of a weird test, to be honest, because you typically won't have a definition over it, and it's not really our code that we're testing at this point. We're testing the parsing. So I'm actually going to get rid of that. Svelte, yeah, I really like Svelte. It felt closer to actual web technologies rather than everything else that we kind of got with React and everything, which kind of deviates from that, especially with JSX. JSX to me is like, I hate it. I've never liked it. I've always preferred Vue because of it. Bullzone Buzz, thank you so much for the follow. French Vanilla X, thank you so much for the follow. And Yassine_HK, thank you for the follow. XMPLTN, thank you so much for the follow. Y'all are awesome. I'm going to think of some better video content rather than just talking about table-driven tests. But we're going to do some fun stuff. Okay, name. So let's not test this because this is like out of our reach. Like, yeah, if somebody doesn't send it, it doesn't work. We know that. It's not like we're explicitly defining that though. I guess we could test it, but to me, it's not that important to test. What is important is any of the logic that we are defining. So name missing. We haven't tested though. We haven't got anything for if the spell already exists, which is a good one. Do we want to create another spell if we already have that spell in our database, or do we just want it to be idempotent? That's honestly a design decision down to you. If you've got more information, Jiang KRP, thank you so much for the follow. But let's say in our case, we have more information than just like the spell name. In our case, it can be idempotent, but let's say we actually are storing like a damage value or a mana value or something like that. Then you probably want to check to make sure you're not overwriting. It should be an update operation. We can add that in though. Camera went a bit chilly. Let me just turn on my fan quickly. Sorry, guys. We'll let that cool down for a sec. But I'm still here. In that time though, we can do... All right, AC is coming on to cool it down. Do I like TDD or do I prefer to write code and test it later? Yeah, I know this camera always seems to die. I've got a better one that I will just start using, which actually has cooling. I think it's because I'm recording in 4K and I should be recording in 1080p. Yo, AC Superfad, thank you. It is cool to do parameterized testing. Okay, now do I like TDD? Do I like TDD or prefer write the code and test it later? I love the idea of TDD, but I am not disciplined enough to do that. I get like the benefit of how it styles your code, but for me, I prefer to write the logic and then test it, and then I'll add tests as I develop that logic. So I kind of work in a weird backwards way. Does Prime's camera also overheat? I mean, to go his full story arc, I need to start a coffee brand, don't I? Yo, Otaku Master 3100, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I agree. It kind of is a little bit easier. I think like it really depends. So like my theory on testing and stuff, it really depends what your working condition is. I'm going to wait for my camera to cool down before I go into this rant. It's not really a rant. All right, that should be okay. We should be coming back online. Here we are. Okay, so testing. Testing is like a really interesting topic because I've met people that hate tests. Usually when working in startups, you find people that hate tests and think that they're a waste of time. But for me, I think it depends on like how fast you need to move as a team. Like if you're a solo dev, tests sometimes are a bit overkill. You probably will want them as you get... It depends how many users you have and how many developers you have, I think. The more that number grows, the more need you have for testing, in my opinion. More users you have, the more stability you need. The more devs you have, the more stability you need. What hardware am I running for Arch? Thinking about moving away from macOS, but the battery life on those things is insane. The panoramic, if you're using an M1 chip, you'll never get the same battery life for Arch. I use a framework 13, but for NixOS, all my plugged in computers, well, I only have one that uses Arch at the moment, but that's the main one that uses Arch. But yeah, ARM is just pretty awesome. Yeah, you do set the logic in stone when writing tests and during implementation. Yeah, with TDD. That's what one of the nice things about TDD is, like, you do get to define your logic and how it should work, and then you just make the app work that way, which is really, really cool. It's very disciplined though. Yeah, I agree, Bullzone Buzz. There is nothing more comfortable feeling than knowing your code works and that you can make a change and it won't break it. And that, I think you have a paying customer, so that means you have a user, right? When you don't have any customers and you're writing code for yourself, sometimes it's just worth being quick to even prove even if you can or should be writing tests, right? Because like, if no one's ever going to use your app, writing tests is a waste of time. Yeah, agreed, a toaster crumb. Yep, agreed, DevOps Panda. If you need to refactor, then you definitely need tests. I've worked on code bases with tests and with code bases without, and code bases without are awful for refactoring, awful for any sort of change. Like, and this is when they have a real problem. Yeah, I'm glad to see people like tests in the stream because I've had so many arguments with devs about it. I missed a few. GNKRP, did I get you? XNLP, LTN, thank you for the follow. Otaku Master, I think I got you. I'm going to say thank you again. And Kyopoon69, I think I definitely got you, that name. Y'all have got funny usernames. Have I used Asahi Linux? I have not. I really want to use it, but I haven't. Chugging Coffee, I love that name. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Ashburn, it does. You have to have that kind of understanding of where you want to go. And like, if you have requirements, like good requirements, that's easy to do sometimes. I like tacos as well. Okay. I can't remember what I was doing. I was testing something. Oh, we're going to test like if you have two names, if you have a spell that already exists. I mean, it's fine in this case because it's idempotent, but let's do that. And we'll just return an error. We really should be returning like more information about why something failed, but we can do that in a minute. Wait, that's what I want to log that. So that's how you do unit tests anyway with a with Go. Pretty simply. We definitely diverged. Paradox9122, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. And GGC4T, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Dirtim on YouTube, I like the TDD idea. TDD actually is kind of interesting with pair programming. So when I was at eBay, every bit of code had to be written pair programming. You couldn't write any code by yourself. And it was all TDD as well. I didn't like it, like as a whole experience. I can see when I became a manager, and that was a very short period of time, I don't like being a manager. But when I became a manager, I could understand the merits of that because it was allowing you to share context and you were getting more stability out of it. As an individual contributor, I hated it so much because I hated it. But Liang Hock, I am on Wayland, yes. I am on Wayland. Hot stream, yeah, man. It gets toasty. Shreyas hates it. No, I disagree. I think there are some merits. Personally, it's not for me, but I could see some of the advantages. Like, it allows you to question every difference, and it does make the GitHub PRs way quicker. All right, Arma, have a good night. We can look at it tomorrow or something as well. I think it allows for context sharing between two individuals, so you understand the intention of what you're building with somebody else, and you get to make design decisions at the same time. I don't like that. Don't get me wrong. I personally don't like that, but I could see some of the merits from doing it at eBay, especially when I became more of a manager. I could see like having two engineers work together on something makes the final solution more robust, in my opinion, or at least more simple because both engineers have to understand what you've built. I've seen some smart engineers build things at just with one individual and that nobody else can understand it because it's too complex. Code Corrupt, thank you so much for the subscription. You are enabling me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you are supporting me in my dreams as well. So it's a 2-for-1. Thank you so much. I mean, that's fair enough, Shreyas, but like, I've definitely worked with individuals that were really smart. Like we had Lonely Bits, thank you so much for the follow. Like, I've seen code that should never have been written, made its way to production, that if they just had another engineer working with them, whether it was paired, whether it was just like they had to pass through another engineer, it would never have made it into production because it was like they wanted to learn more about Terraform, and so they used Terraform as the actual runtime for some code that they had written, and that made it into production, never made it out of production. Every engineer that ever looked at it said, how did this ever get approved? And it's because one engineer just went and did it. It's a good way to onboard DevOps Panda. If people are going to ask me how you use Terraform as a runtime, it was the most heinous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was like, well, I mean, it was before my time, unfortunately. That was the problem. So I don't even know how it made it through, but that was like in the move fast stage of the startup. But it was awful. Using Terraform as a runtime for like certain things, not great in my opinion. But I think like they knew it wasn't great in the end run. But yeah, it was a bit of a sore topic. But that cemented my theory on why if you have users and things go into production, at least not necessarily pair programming, but I always made sure you at least had 2 engineers working on something. How do you do testing with a real database? Spin up an instance per test? So I use test containers. I actually have a video on test containers. It depends on what you're doing. Sometimes you can either spin up a database per instance, or you can just do a logical database per instance, or logical database per test, which is a bit easier. And that way you prevent tests from hitting into each other. But I still always use test containers because they're pretty awesome. It allows you to basically take your code, run Go test, and it will work on your machine, and then you give it to somebody else, and as long as they have Docker installed, you can use Go test as well, and it will work. Postgres instance with a wrapped up transaction is also really good. The only time that doesn't work, a toaster crumb, is when you yourself are testing code with a transaction. You can't have a transaction in a transaction. Yeah, test containers is awesome. SQLite, I mean, I'm not 100% convinced on SQLite for APIs and distributed services, but SQLite also works. But yeah, test containers is what I tend to use. Agreed, you're at least 2 people should always work on a piece of code. Shreyas swears by SQLite, and I can see some of the benefit for it, but for me, I'm still Postgres man. I like Postgres. P-SQL all the way. All right, so I can't remember what we were doing, but we're creating a spell. I was going to add in a test to make sure that the spell, oh yeah, that was it. If the spell exists, then don't create it again. So we can create now a test for that. If it was TDD, I should have done that the other way around, but. And this is actually where I think if you've already done the implementation and you start adding to it, TDD makes more sense because you can guarantee that you're testing what you've implemented, but not really how my brain works all the time. I think it's very disciplined. Okay. Okina, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, I really appreciate that feedback. Enjoy the rest of your evening or night. I don't know what time it is there, but yeah, see you on stream soon. Eric666, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm going to check, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Fillet of Me, thank you so much for the follow. Elgond as well, thank you so much for the follow. Elgon D, the daemon process of Elgon. Yeah, PG is really strong. Tim, I need to make a DevOps channel. Thank you, Ahmed. I got it when I was quite young, so it's kind of embarrassing still. What key am I using, David Shah? I'm using the Moonlander right now. You don't need to spin up a test containers instance for every single test. You can spin them up for a single one. Depending on Go, you can do this using the main test. But you don't need to spin it up for every single test. Hey, Yamastrix, thank you. Yeah, I need to get my a unified text going, but Twitch is a little bit more active, so that gets precedence, unfortunately. KV, Key Value Milos, is that all right? KV Milos, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Kapil. I'm glad to hear that, man. It's pretty awesome Go. It's a great language. Yeah, SQLite is pretty good in mobile apps. Also apps that will just never leave a single machine. That's pretty awesome as well. The Last Cookie, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. What do I think of Cloudflare D1? I haven't used D1 actually. I want to give it a go. Cloudflare have got negative press recently, haven't they, for something? Was it like a bill? Some sort of billing issue. All right, so we need some setup code here as well, because we need to make sure that our state is in E. So we're going to define a function that accepts our app. And then inside of it, we'll just, here we go, if tc.setup is not equal to null. So now we can do a little bit more custom behavior. And we'll pass in the app. Cannot use variable app was app. Yeah, 120K. It's not cheap. Thing is, I really like Cloudflare for like home lab stuff. Have I ever tried writing malwares? I have never tried writing malwares. I once asked ChatGPT how to create a virus. But no, I've never tried creating malwares. Not really something I'm that interested in. I mean, most malware these days, I guess it depends what you mean by malware, whether it's like a virus or a worm or a backdoor or something. Not really. Most I guess malicious activity these days is network requests on existing vulnerabilities in code. Where are my nvim dots at? They are at elliottmins/.files. It should be, that's the GitHub URL. And then they'll be in the .config nvim directory. Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. Serverless is like, I know people hate serverless, but I mean, I don't love it all the time, but it is sometimes cool to do stuff with it, and it's cheap when it's cheap. Not cheap when it's not cheap, though. Zoni, what am I working on? I'm just building out some tests at the moment, writing some table-driven tests, working on a bit of HTMX. Honestly, not anything serious. This is more of just chatting. We're just chatting and just building HTMX. But we probably need to do something when this is created. But yeah, I just wanted to show how it works, but more just chill. Mizu, my tiling manager, is Hyperland. Yeah, Hyperland, which is nice. You get these nice little animations with it. I actually have done these animations to be a bit more like my YouTube videos. That's how my YouTube videos kind of work as well, but that's all done in editing. It's not a real spell book, unfortunately. JuanX104, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, spellbook that already exists, and we need to have a setup function to actually make sure it does exist, now that we've defined one. So a dot spells, and we'll just set the firebolt one to be existing already. And we can take a look at some test containers if we want after this. I do have a great video on test containers. If you don't know what they are, I would recommend watching them. It is sponsored by Docker, but they sponsored it because everybody wanted to talk about it more. So I'm not selling you anything in that video. Serverless, like, the best times I've used serverless has been like in Kafka pipelines where you just need raw concurrency and it's so easy to get going. Us Engen, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. How long have I been coding for? That is a great question, 1x104. So I started to learn to code in 2006, I think. I wanted to learn how video games were made and how applications were made. But around that time, I was also really into photography. So I was picking up C++. I picked up the worst C++ book there was. And it didn't really teach me anything. It was C++ for dummies. But I kind of got into it through that. And then I was really interested in how to make applications like photo applications I was using at the time because I was doing photography. And yeah, I then decided to find a university that taught C++ and went and studied there. So I've been coding. 2006, I guess I dipped my toe in it. 2007 was the first time I tried to learn pointers and I failed. I guess I learned pointers in 2008. So since 2008, really. Colonel Warden, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go and we should do Firebolt. Should still have Firebolt on the once, but we should get back a error. Pointers are fun. I think like I still didn't really understand it when I was taught them at university, and then when I had to create my own video game, I mean I didn't have to, I just did. And then I had to use pointers, and that's when it made sense. Because I was doing pass by reference, I was like, this is insane. I was like, oh, I'll just use a pointer. Easy. Hyperland and Nix, yeah, with let's actually have a look. With Home Manager, it's pretty easy. So you get a lot of stuff. I mean, you can probably move a lot of this out of here. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. I like Hyperland with Nix. Always map. Thank you for following. That's good advice. Always use a map. Well, not always, but most times. Do you think the cost per user nature of serverless leads to some of the horrible freemium subscription models that keep popping up? That's a great question. I don't think that's the reason for horrible freemium models. I think the reason for horrible freemium models, I mean, it might be part of the cost, but I mean, you don't lose that cost really, even if you don't use serverless, because you still have to have servers for each user. I think, in all honesty, I think there's just more money to be made using subscription and freemium models. And so that's why the industry has lent that way. Like it used to be you buy software, pay for it once and use it. But you also expect continuous updates for it as well. And I think companies just thought they could make more money from subscriptions, which they are. That's a good meme. Okay, so we should get back a status code of bad request. Not bad gateway. Or should we just do status teapot? Wait, does teapot exist? Yeah, it does. Gante, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Status teapot. This will obviously fail, but we'll try it. 418. We can just set it to teapot though, I think. It's not like the user created a bad request. There you go, that works. I do pay for Adobe, unfortunately. Have to for After Effects. It does not have coffee hot capabilities. Yo, Raymit sub, thank you so much for the 4 gifts, is that? 5 gifts, thank you so much, man. That is awesome. Thank you so much. You are helping me bring my content to thousands of people, and you're also gifting subs away. That's awesome. And you're supporting my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that was 5 thank yous. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. All right, so if we this test is now working. So we got our tests done. Woohoo! Finally, but that's how you would test like a HTTP handler. It's easier to test with JSON. We're about to add like, well, we're going to add some HTTP response to this, so it's going to be harder to test. But yeah. Sita X, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, so if we go back to like our little wizard spell book, we'll get off Dark Souls. I'm going to look at Dark Souls another time. I actually might watch, you guys watch Code to the Moon, Ken? Guy's awesome. One of my favorite creators. Did some really good videos on keyboards. Okay, so we got Firebolt. If we create it, we should actually get a 418 for that. But let's go ahead and display a list, shall we? We can do this with just a get to slash spells. But we can create another handler to do it. Now this is where I think HTMX kind of gets kind of interesting. So create spell handler, list spell handler. I mean, at some point we could move on to my actual course website that I'm building. What is the front coded in? As in the front end of the app? This is all using Go and HTML. So no JavaScript. JavaScript 3. Yeah, Twitch chat is priority, I'm afraid. So apologies, Sam Velasco. Updated MV chat videos. I have moved on from MV chat, actually. I'm using my own config, but I'm going to be doing a Zen neovim config. But yeah, MV chat, I mean, I really like what Psyduck is doing, so no shade on him. I just don't like that they did a dot upgrade, like a minor version upgrade, and it was breaking change. So for me, that kind of eroded a little bit of trust, but I understand why he did it. Just for me now, I just think I can't rely on a distribution, because if it's just going to break with an update, it's not really your config, is it? Yeah, Nell Maven. I'm actually doing a course on CLI apps in Go because it's such an awesome thing to do. C, great name. What made you to move to the US? You sound British. I am British. I moved to the US for work back in like 2016, 2017. And then ended up getting married. So now I live out here pretty much full time. Does the term emulator automatically blend in with the NVIM background, or are they just the same color? They are the same color, I believe. Or I've set it to be transparent. I can't remember, but you can do either one. You can either have a transparent background so it blends in, or you just use the same color scheme, which is what I usually do. Hey, always map. Did you give 10 more subs? Let me have a look. Did I miss that? I am using Ayla's AGS config, Ivan. That's correct. Okay, it's processing. I'll give you a shout out when it goes through, man. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate that, dude. Judge Barber. There it comes through, Raymond Sub. Thank you so much, man. Wait. Raymond Sub, thank you so much. That's total of 15. That is insane. I really, really appreciate that. That's so awesome. Honestly, like, that means a lot. It really does. And I'm really glad you appreciate the content. And I hope to keep making awesome content for people, because software development is in a really interesting time at the moment, especially with like what's going on with industry and how like AI is shaping it, unfortunately. Huge respect. Thank you. Yeah. Power Show, thank you so much for the follow. I gotta do 10 thanks. All right, I'm gonna do it. Thank you. All right, so we gotta list these spells out. We're gonna do it using HTML, but we're gonna create an HTML template that we then parse rather than just the index that we have. We could use Temple, but Temple, I think, has a bit of a complexity to it. So we're going to just create a standard HTML template, and we're going to use that as well. We're also going to change our index to also use the HTTP HTML template. DevOps Panda, is that a question to me or to Shreyas? If that's about MV Chad Semvar, I will answer that. I don't use fish, no, I use Z-shell. But my dot files might have fish in it. That's because I've been testing it for a new video. Honestly, Lake, the LSP is not great. It's bad on both, to be honest. Yeah, it's not great. Let me just close some of these down. All right, let's, this is where Tempo is actually a little bit nicer, but I'm going to try and do this using standard HTTP. I think. I actually have a GitHub somewhere that can show you how to use it. Fish, I'm like hesitant to use it because it's non-POSIX, and sometimes like it's nice to be able to just like write a for loop, especially if, like when I do video processing, like converting it from one format to the other, I'll just for loop and use ffmpeg. I don't know enough fish to be able to do that. I know how to do that in Z-shell and bash, but I don't know how to do it on fish, so that's like why it's holding me back at the moment. But I may learn it because it is pretty easy to get a really nice config with fish. Now it's written in Rust, I didn't realize. They rewrote it in Rust, believe it or not. All right, I'm just going to log onto my GitHub and find. So I've gotten rid of this, but I need like a reference for how I used to do things. $23, approve. But yeah, I'm definitely going to do some more streaming because this is really fun. And it's much nicer to engage with everybody rather than on YouTube comments. OneX, I have a Go course that I'm developing. I'm going to do some more next week on it. I may do like an early sale for it, so like do it half price or whatever, you buy it early. But yeah, it will be a Go CLI course. It's just not out yet, but it will be soon. When did I add Temple? Using Temple, okay. I'm just remembering how to do the Go template with the standard library. I think we can figure it out. Let's just do... This is going to be a list UL. Yeah, we can do it on a list. Yo, Xander TW, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to check, make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Has been known to happen. Yeah, Biwa Juma, thank you so much for the follow. Crosscar, my config, I'm using AGS. You can find it at elliottmins/.files on GitHub. But I'm using AGS, not Waybar. Okay, so this is going to be a 4... Wait, is Go template HTML test template? What is it? It is 2. Okay. 4. Can't remember how to do a for loop. Let's have a look. For loop. Go template. It's range, not for, that's why. Range.spells. Jumentus123, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I agree, Shreyas. Tempo is a little bit nicer. What am I building? Fishmonk99. I am just building some HTMX website. Really not building anything special. We were just doing a bit of testing and showing how you can use some HTMX and just trying to challenge myself to build it. But yeah, not really building anything worthwhile. I probably will move on to my actual website, which I'm building for courses. Just because I want to do some really cool things with Xterm.js, which I think is really cool. Is there an LSP for Go templates? Not really, I don't think. There might be one. Maybe there is one. I think you have to change the name of the actual extension though. I haven't used Go templates in a while, so I'm not remembering. I've been using Temple more. I should probably just build my actual website rather than building this wizard one, but it's kind of fun. Maybe we do that rather than building this. I can show you what this website looks like. Let's close this down. Close this down. All right, so this is my actual Dreams of Code.io website. I don't think I have a .env here, so that's good. Why is this complaining? It's complaining because it's really out of date. Okay, and then we can just do... So I actually use a dev script for this, which does everything. Oh, I need to do npm-i. Because as I'm using Capuchin, as you can see right here, Can I teach noobs how to set up Elixir in NeoVim? Do I still use MVChad? I will do an Elixir in NeoVim at some point. I'm going to get back into that course once I do my own Zenful configuration. So we'll have like a Zenful version of each of those, and I'll do Elixir on that one. Do I still use MVChad? I don't. I use my own configuration, which I'm going to do some videos on in the future. Blizz Terra, do I prefer living in the US or UK? That is a great question. I loved living in London. London was pretty awesome. I had a lot of fun in London. But I'm getting a bit older, and I think London can be difficult when you just kind of want to chill for a bit and you want a bit of space, and you want to be able to like go a little bit off grid and stuff, which is what I really like doing. So yeah, I kind of prefer, I think they're both good for their individual things. But the US, I definitely have like a better lifestyle and a cleaner lifestyle than I did in London. Shreyas, I need to have a look at Bun. Yeah, quick. Cappuccino is good. I really like Cappuccino. I just had to break up with them. And that sucks. But I really need to refactor some of this. So yeah, this is my website. It is written so poorly, but we're going to refactor some of it. And I need to set up these login routes. You see, I was using Gin, but I got rid of that because I wanted to use the standard library, because I believe you should use the standard library. And so if I'm using Gin, but if I'm saying one thing and preaching another or practicing another, then it just felt a bit disingenuous. So this is using Temple though. You can see all the Go templates here. These are all those lovely Go templates. So, I mean, Temple was pretty nice. It does make Go feel a little bit like it's a front-end framework. Ferdicam, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Lake, I was on Chi Team until the new net/HTTP changes came in 1.23? 1.22? I can't remember now. So now I just use http.servmux, and that is everything. That has everything I need. So I'm going to do a bit of refactoring on some of this. We may as well get the courses into their own handlers. Dreams, if I was living in South Africa and I got a job offer in France with a salary that's roughly equal to what I get paid, is that what you get paid now or what I get paid? Because I don't get paid that much. North Africa. I mean, your money's going to go a lot further in North Africa, but then you have to kind of consider the, I guess, the security of the country that you live in. Like, is it a secure country? Is there stability? Is there corruption? I can't really answer that question for you. I think it depends on what you're looking for in life. Do you want, like, you may have a higher cost of living, but it may be safer. Yeah, I mean, getting robbed by the police is never great, right? So I think, like, for me, I would choose... So every decision I make is always about how dependent am I on something else, and I like to make decisions that allow me to be more and more independent. Is there world-leading gun violence? Was I on an H-1B visa? That is a great question. So yes, for a brief period of time I was on H-1B, but I was for a very small period of time, but that wasn't what I was on when I came out here initially. Initially, I was working with a different company. So it's kind of confusing because, like, I wasn't directly working for an American company. I was working for a UK company, but I was coming out here to do business with American companies, if that makes sense. So I ended up with a visa later on, but initially, no. What's holding me back is family and language. I don't speak French. I mean, Dreams worked on visa. Yeah, I never worked not on a visa. Let's put it that way. I mean, I'm a citizen now, so they can't get rid of me, but I was always above board, I think. Is NixOS worth it compared to Arch? It depends what you're looking for. If you want a reproducible build, yeah, DevOps Founder's got you there. But if you want something reproducible, then NixOS definitely is worth it, in my opinion. Yeah, it is really stressful, and immigration sucks as well. And there was a period where I couldn't work or couldn't do anything. I couldn't even drive. I hated it. Diepox, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. I also did not realize the time is getting to be the hour, so I am actually going to have to call this in a minute. We're going to find someone to raid. Let's do that. But next time we'll actually take a look at my actual website. Argiolia, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right, let's see if we can raid someone. GLD Dex Souza, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, a Toaster Crumbs, thank you so much for the Prime. The sub with Prime. I really, really appreciate it. You're enabling me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're supporting me in my dreams. So it's a 2-for-1. And how everybody is. All right, let me get the events up so I can say thank you. Yeah, I'll be probably around. My time zone is Central Standard Time. So yeah, I did just finish Actimel. I'm really sorry. Shreyas, catch you later. Actimel, thank you for the follow though. Argiola, thank you for the follow. DipoX, thank you for the follow. Photocam, also thank you for the follow. And again, a Toaster Crumb, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for everyone who subbed today. I really, really appreciate that. There will be NixOS videos coming soon. I promise. Yeah, I will see y'all next time. And we're gonna do one on Tuesday anyway when that framework laptop comes. And I'll just do my website on here because I need to build this website. And I really want to do some cool things with interactive learning. So I really want to add like a interactive TMUX session onto the website that you can learn TMUX whilst using it at the same time. So it's not just a, hey, buy this course, you're just going to get video content thrown at you. It's going to be like actual interactive content. All right, who should we raid? I never find these software dev. Who we got?
Delete the director.
Okay, software game dev. Who's streaming? Trying to see if anybody's doing anything interesting. Rust plus 4. I mean, we got another Nix person, so yeah, we're gonna raid. All right, I know who I'm going for. Let me go back to this. All right, we're raiding. So everyone, yeah, thank you so much for today. It was really awesome. Next time we'll actually look at my proper website written in Go using Temple, and we'll add some tests to it because it needs tests because it's going to have users. But we're about to raid. We're going to raid someone else using Nix. But thank you everyone for today. Really, really awesome. Everyone on YouTube, thank you. I will get something supported so that we can actually chat a little bit better. So I really, really appreciate your patience. But yeah, everyone, I'll see you next time. See you on Tuesday because we're going to have fun with the Framework 16. Thanks, everyone.